Hello?
Hey, are we online or?
We should be live now.
Okay.
Well, greetings. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Kind of, scared, but I'm doing fine.
Why are you scared, man? Come on.
Yeah, just being live, it's weird. It's exciting, but it's weird.
I'm glad it's exciting for you. Well, so, you contacted me through Instagram, and, first and
Yeah.
foremost, I'd like to make some pretty firm corrections here. I'm not right-wing. I don't even know where you got
Okay.
that idea. I'm a
Do you
libertarian.
want to, do you want me to, okay, do you want me to tell you where I got the idea?
Because my opinions on some things align with the right?
I don't even know much of it. I didn't go like digging through your entire history. I don't know what your opinion on fucking voting is. I just like saw
so
you.
you didn't know those things, but you made that assertion and just ran with it. Okay.
Sure. Could you let me explain? I made that assertion because I saw you liking a comment of one of your followers that was like making right wing statements about left wing agenda or something like that.
Yeah, I'm allowed to like what comments I like. Doesn't mean I agree with everything they say.
No, okay.
Doesn't mean I disagree with them either. I'm allowed to like a comment for a part of the substance of the comment.
No one's stopping you. That's great. I just assumed that you were a right winger, judging from that.
I'm a libertarian.
Okay, but you do know that they're like right wing and left wing libertarians, right? So they get grouped together.
I describe myself as center. I have some opinions that align with the left. Not many these days. The left has gone a little far from what I've seen. But I have opinions that align with the right as well. I don't take sides in this whole cultural war outside of what affects me and what doesn't.
But I think you do, though. I think you're really like espousing sort of like anti-SJW views, that seem to align with the right.
I'm definitely anti-SJW. I'm 100% anti-SJW.
So that would make you to the right of me, and that would categorize you in the eyes of many as being right-wing. Are you aware of that?
Okay, I don't care what they think. I know what I am. They don't know what I am.
That's great, but I was just explaining to you how somebody would get that impression, right?
Yeah,
I don't know who you are.
I don't care about their impression. They can still be wrong, and I'll call them out for it, and they're stupid for thinking that.
No, they're not stupid for thinking that.
Yes, they are. They're 100% stupid for thinking that. Yes, they are. They're 100% stupid for thinking that. They're making assertions based on contextual details that they have chosen to run with. And they're allowed to be stupid for not taking in the full picture.
I'm sorry. Oh my God, you're being way too combative.
I'm being way too combative. Would you like me to read your comments, good sir? You came in screaming and raving like an absolute lunatic on my messages, direct messaging me, and you're calling me a screaming lunatic?
I did. I'm not calling you a screaming lunatic. I'm saying you're being combative. You're being hyperbolic.
Who was combative
I don't know
first?
Why
Who was combative first?
I wrote you. Okay. I gotta be honest. I wrote you some inflammatory shit.
Yeah.
And you seem to be really, really salty about that. So if that offended you, I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. Can we? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, sorry. I thought you broke off for a second. No. So if I offended you, I apologize.
I don't give a shit.
I wrote some. So, okay. But to me and to many people, when you make stuff like anti-SJWs and shit like that, I would categorize that as right. Now, if you don't care about that, I don't give a shit about that. But know that many people would categorize you as right.
Cool. I don't care what they think.
Well, that's fantastic. Then why'd you invite me over to talk? If you think that you shouldn't care about it.
It's hilariously entertaining for me.
Oh, okay. So you didn't want to have like an honest discussion. You just wanted to like verbal shitposting, I suppose.
If you have a point to make, go ahead and make it.
But you clearly don't think that I have a point to make. You just brought me over to like.
I don't care whatsoever what you have to say, but go ahead and make it.
Why would you ever bring me that on your show if you don't care what point I have to make? No, you literally invited me to come over. You said, "Do you want to come on my show?" I was like, "Sure, why not?"
Yeah.
It was a mutual, request. It was a mutual request.
Because you're entertaining. Some nutjob starts messaging me inflammatory shit. Of course, I gotta find it's entertaining. I'm gonna monetize you on my stream.
That's fantastic. I'm grateful that I'm contributing to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
To your show.
I appreciate it, greatly.
You seem very salty. I don't know why. You seem very angry about my comments.
Because you came in on my DMs when I'm in the middle of a stream, when I'm trying to hang out with my friends and played Cyberpunk Red, and you start raving at me like a lunatic, talking about all this shit, making assertions about me like a fucking psychopath. Yeah, of course. I find that annoying, but it's entertaining.
I did not know that I caused so much fucking butthurt. I did not take those comments seriously. I was like a bit of banter.
I'm the butthurt one. Who's the one who came hunting someone else's DMs down, huh?
Buddy, I literally saw you made a video
Answer that
about...
question. Who contacted who?
I contacted you. I did contact you, yeah.
And what was the first thing you said to me? Was it hello, hi, nice to meet you? Was it anything like that?
No, I was pretty inflammatory.
No, it
yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't that, was it?
Yeah, it was very inflammatory. Yeah, I did not expect you to be this butthurt though. This is fucking amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
It is. Yeah, it's fantastic that you got that angry over those comments. I don't know.
Oh, I'm not angry. Again, this is hilarious.
It seems pretty fucking bitter. You seem pretty SCW.
Oh, bitter. No, dude, this is great. This is great content.
I know, buddy. You're happy about this.
Oh, okay. It's awesome. It's fantastic.
It's fantastic, buddy. Why is it fantastic though? What is happening here?
Because you're a raving lunatic that came messaging me inflammatory shit. Now you're on my show entertaining my audience.
But I'm not saying anything raving lunatic though. I'm just saying that I'm in inflammatory statements.
All right, so let's get into this. So you messaged me about. Let me pull up your messages. Let's go through the psychosis.
By the way, I asked you if you cannot.
Let me read out verbatim what you said to me. 40K is becoming a more diverse franchise, and I'm glad right-wing morons like you are seething.
Before you do that, I literally asked you, why are you being such an asshole? I asked you to not divulge some of the messages.
I'm being an asshole. Who came at who first?
I did come at you first, but I literally asked you then to not to not divulge some of the messages because I explained that to you.
I'm keeping that promise. I'm not divulging any of your private information. I'm keeping that promise. I don't want to put you in danger.
I meant some of the statements I made. You know the specific thing that I made that I told you.
Yeah.
That I wrote to you on the specific part which I told you about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading the very first message you sent me. None of that's private info, right?
No, I talked about the specific topic, which would be like very, very bad for me if you. And I was like, I would appreciate that greatly if you wouldn't talk about that.
Okay, okay. Can you confirm to me which stuff that is again before I say anything more?
It's like I don't know if you show this shit on screen. I guess it wouldn't matter then. But
I'm not showing anything on screen.
I told you that I live like in a very conservative country, like talking about some shit like that, but like actually, you know.
But as long as your identity is not divulged, aren't you safe?
Yeah, but like people know my voice and shit like that.
Okay, well, why did you come on if you can't talk about the stuff I have here in my messages?
Because I wanted to talk. I thought we were going to talk about lore and shit, and we're going to talk about that video.
Okay, yeah, we can. Do you want to? Which one do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about Templin Institute's video, or is there another video we should talk about?
Templin Institute video was kind of vaguish. I guess we can talk about that. What's that other guy that made that other video about female space marines?
Oh, there's a few now.
Arbiter Irons, or what was his name?
Arbiter Irons. I don't think I've seen his on it. So out of those two, I know the Templin Institute one.
Yeah. Okay. That then.
All right. So you're the one who came with me with this. So what is it about that you want to talk about specifically?
Sure. What is your problem with female space marines?
My problem with them is they don't match the lore. We already have inclusive and diverse factions for women. Women are in the Imperial Guard. They have the Adeptus Sororitas. They have the Sisters of Silence. They're also in the Eldar and in the Tau. And the Tyranids don't have a gender, and neither do the Orcs. So technically, you say non-binary are represented there. Trans are kind of represented with Astartes, but not in the sexual sense, but in the transhumanism. So I don't see the need for them in any way, shape, or form. There's lore directly explaining why they are not a thing, and I am perfectly content with that remaining the same. Additionally, on top of all that, they don't. The only reason people want them included is for political ideology. There is no other reason people want them in.
Warhammer 40K literally started as part of a political ideology. It was made by guys. It was literally made by guys criticizing fascist regime. Absolutely. I mean, the entirety of Warhammer 40K is a political agenda. Like, it's against the right-wing ideology.
You are incorrect.
should we ask Games Workshop what their political ideologies and things? I mean, they've literally called out people
I don't give a
about
shit what their political ideology does
don't
not
give a
matter
shit what
whatsoever.
Games Workshop says. So don't give a shit what Games Workshop.
I don't care what their political ideology is. I don't think anyone should. It has nothing to do with the plastic minis that they sell me.
Absolutely, everything. I mean, even the plastic models are based off, for example, the Robot Guilliman, the Roman Empire, and it says Roman aesthetics and shit like that. And
so let me get this straight. You're one of those people who see politics in everything. It's like that boogeyman that's around every fucking corner.
No, so you see it as a boogeyman. No.
If I look at a tree, there's politics in the tree.
Normal part of art.
There's right-wing trees. There's left-wing trees. Oh my god!
All art is political inherently. You see it as a boogeyman. I just see it as a normal thing.
No, I don't even agree with that notion.
But you don't agree with the notion that Warhammer 40K is inspired by real-life politics?
I think it has inspirations in it, but I don't think it's about real-world politics.
It literally... Okay, so what is the story of the Imperium about?
It's about a sci-fi authoritarian regime. Specifically, before I continue, specifically the Imperium or all of 40K?
I was just talking about the Imperium, just the Imperium.
All right, it's about an authoritarian, grimdark, futuristic regime that is clinging to life desperately in a universe that's trying to destroy it.
Exactly.
To survive, it must do horrible things.
Exactly. It's about an authoritarian regime. That's literally the crux of the story of the Imperium. How is that not political?
Why does that relate to anything real world?
What you mean it doesn't relate to real authoritarianism?
It's inspired off of real world
stuff. If you can't feel that, and I don't know, I don't even know how to say it.
It's inspired off of real world stuff. So what? Why do I have to then associate it with real world political ongoings and stuff? Why can't it be its own pocket that I can relate to those things, but not directly do like a side by side comparison?
But I mean, it's literally even taking.
Basically, my question is, why does it matter what's going on? And first of all, let's take that right now. Okay, we're talking about a fascist regime. You want diversity in a fascist regime, so you want fascism to be good. So you want it to be an appealing regime. You want it to be an appealing regime. Okay, listen, folks.
No. Wait, you're answering my questions. You're not letting me talk. This is very. I would actually prefer if Warhammer 40K returned to the fucking Judge Dredd, 2000 AD, like parody setting where all the Marines were fucking immoral monsters and they would eat fucking children's skulls and it would be like extremely grimdark. I want for Warhammer 40K to go either in the direction of going back to being complete satire as it was at the beginning and like take nothing fucking seriously where everything is a joke and it's just a fascist comedic regime where they're all Nazis and they're all doing terrible. Basically, all the chapters would act like the Marines malevolent, or they would actually try what they're trying to do now to try to sort of present more nuance into the story.
Why should they present nuance? Why is that required?
I mean, it is, whether you like it. There is nuance, whether you like it or not.
Why is it required?
No one's saying it is. You already have Robot Guilliman, who is I don't know what the fuck you pronounce his name. Robot Girly Man. Whatever.
Girly Man.
It's whatever. He is already sort of is chastised and criticized the modern administratum and imperium, right? So already have nuance inserted into the story, and he's working with aliens. And I mean, you have a history of.
And you want that to have nuance to relate to the real world politics around us, correct?
It already has. It always has. Warhammer 40K has always been
it already has. So let me ask you this: how many orcs have you met today?
I don't know, a lot of orcs.
How many Eldar have you met today?
I fucked an Elgar big titty goth gaff just today.
Oh, absolutely fantastic! I'm glad you're coming across all of these things in your psychosis.
Absolutely, join the schizoid. No, but the thing is, but these things are all allegories to something, right? I mean, the orcs were like an allegory. They're inspired by fucking. They have fucking Cockney accents, and I mean, the orcs don't have to be specifically inspired by something, but the Imperium itself is clearly inspired by actually existing authoritarian regimes. No. Where do you think the commissars come from?
Pause. What authoritarian regimes? Are you talking about the socialist authoritarian regimes, like the one in Venezuela?
You have the Soviet Union with the commissars, for example. You have the Catholic Church.
It's history. It's a
dude. You keep asking me questions that you don't want to hear the answers, dude. Shut the did you ask me a question or?
Yeah, and you gave an answer, and that answer was incorrect. I said what existing regime, and you then brought up the Soviet Union, which no longer exists.
Also, it's okay to reference the regimes that don't exist.
Well, I asked you specifically, what is it currently referencing? And you brought up the Soviet Union. Give me a current example.
Why does it have to be current?
Well, because you said it's an allegory for what's going on right now.
No, I said it's a political allegory. I didn't say it was what was going on at the time when Warhammer 40k came up, which was direct shitting on Thatcher's regime.
Actually, real quick tangent question. I want a genuine answer to this. Why are you so obsessed with politics?
I'm not obsessed with politics. 40k is obsessed with politics. I mean, it's literally political. The story. This is why I like the orcs, because they're less fucking political. I mean, but the Imperium is political.
Okay.
I mean,
another question. Why do you want?
You just asked Matt because it's not the politics that you like.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay.
It does.
No, it doesn't. So let me ask you
this:
why
the Imperium is political.
Why do you want female Space Marines? Why do you want? That's the crux of this issue, I suppose. Why do you want female Space Marines?
Because I want just a diverse set of models, and even more lore. I love the lore.
You already have diverse models. What the hell are you talking about?
No, wait. How many fucking Space Marine chapters are there? And you just, you have the Sororitas, you have the Sisters of Silence who don't talk. Like, who don't talk.
Is that, let me guess, are you one of those people who only summarize the Sisters of Silence as women who don't talk? Is that really, have you ever read a single 40k book in your entire life?
You're literally
have you read a single 40k book in your entire life? Have you ever read a single 40k book in your entire life, if that's how you're going to summarize them?
Absolutely. Actually, the last one I read was fucking the fucking fair, what's his name? The fucking towel fucker. The far side. What's his fucker's name? Anyway, what's the guy's name that the Tau general who created his own enclaves? Anyway, but I do read the Warhammer novels. No, the thing is that you're asking me questions and you're spurging out. Like, could you fucking let me finish the question, please? So, okay, you asked me about what was your question exactly? Can you ask it? Because what did you specifically ask?
The last question I asked was, why do you want female Space Marines?
I answer Space Marines because I want way more I want more lore. I want more models. I want to be expanded. Why the fuck? Like the same asking you, like, what do you want Primaris Marines? What do you want more of the same thing you like? Like, what do you want this thing to expand?
Marines. I didn't want
many people do. Many people do, and it was hugely successful.
Really, no.
Many people do, though. It was hugely successful. I mean, you can't argue with the numbers like that. The changes in the lore they sold.
You can't argue also with the backlash of those numbers.
You can argue. You mean people on YouTube making? I mean, but they did make sales, right?
In general, people at hobby shops
bought it. They bought it though. It sold well, right? The new models sold well.
Whales.
What?
Yeah, whales.
What does that mean? Is it? Do you mean
you're not familiar with the term? It's a term for people like single individuals who buy in excess to the point where they make up for hundreds of other people not buying something.
I don't fucking know, but it's sold. I don't give a shit about like internet fucking terms. It's sold.
It's
like that is indisputable.
It's a finance term. A whale is a single individual who will buy the equivalent of what hundreds of people will buy.
But overwhelmingly it's sold. That's utterly irrelevant. Like that
is 100% irrelevant because a whale is a single person.
Exactly.
You're referencing the numbers of the sales. The sales don't reflect the number of people who supported it. Because again, a whale will buy the equivalent of what 100 people would have bought. Therefore, how is
that relevant? How is that relevant to the fucking
because that one individual is not relevant to the people, no matter how much they buy. They make the number bigger, but it's still one person.
But that is irrelevant because those things sell them. Those things make money. They make money. That is fucking holy shit. They make it relevant. Those things make money. That's the relevant part here.
Yeah, but that's
I didn't even see who buys it.
What we just brought up was that you were talking about community support, not just finance. It's community support. If one whale buys something, that's not the community supporting it. That's the whale supporting it.
Are you saying the fucking entirety of the Primaris chapters were bought by one person?
Not just one person, but a very handful of people. Yeah.
What is the handful of these people? Do you have any actual stats on this?
Do you?
No, you're making this shit up. You're the schizophrenic here. You're making shit up about this.
No, I'm not making it up.
No, please tell me who is the.
I'm putting in.
I'm now imagining like Pearl from the fucking Blade movie, sitting in his room like fucking with grease on his neck, bro, and he has bought all of the Primaris chapters, and there are a handful of these people who bought all the. I mean, you're literally just making shit up.
I'm only about Primaris, yeah.
Probably, I don't know. I figure out a lot of people fandoms look like that. I wouldn't. I assume a lot of these people look like that. No, but I'm saying you're just making shit up. I'm looking only at the sales. I don't know any about this fucking lore about the whales and shit like that. You're only making shit up. You don't have any evidence for anything.
You don't have any evidence that all that money that was bought was by multiple individuals. I don't have evidence.
I only made the claim that it's sold.
But you don't have any evidence that it was bought by hundreds of different people. I don't have any evidence it was bought by only a handful of people. We're both presenting the same amount of evidence.
No. I'm presenting the evidence that it was sold. That it's sold well.
Yeah, but you're making the assertion with that multiple people, lots of people bought that. I'm telling you that the numbers of the sales don't necessarily mean that a lot of different people bought it.
Well, because that is the logical conclusion. You're only making this conspiracy theory because you're fucking ass man. That a bunch of fucking these.
Oh no, whatever, I'm doing it because it's very fun to hear you, Sperg.
Bought. That's great. Yeah, you're fucking projecting, but that's fantastic. You're literally making shit up about what I hear, not letting me even answer questions. Yeah, sure, I'm the one who's Sperging. Mm-hmm. So okay, the Primaris, the new additions to the Warhammer lore, they sold.
A cat?
No, why?
Oh, you sound like a cat guy to me.
No, I used to own a dog, but he died. You literally you did that before. You were like talking to a fucking straw man, to like some SJW who's made you ass mad. You want to fight with that guy. You presume that I had a Discord, which I don't. You presume I have a cat, and you presume that I hate the Sisters of Silence or some shit.
I don't know where the Discord comment came from. That was random.
You said that you presume that I had a Discord, which I don't. You're just making presumptions.
I was asking. I used the word presume, but it's another way of asking. I was asking if you had one, so when we made this call, we could do it through Discord. So we're doing it through
but
Facebook.
you're also now you're now thinking that I have a cat person, and now that I have hate Sisters of Battle, Sisters of Silence.
It does sound like you hate them because you are completely unwilling to collect them, and you'd rather collect female Space Marines, which would look no different than normal Space Marines.
Absolutely, would look different. Do Salamanders look different? Do Salamanders look different from the Ultramarines?
Do solid manners look different from the Ultramarines? What?
Salamanders, sorry. I know you're dense. I need to repeat that there.
Yeah, they do. They have their armor painted differently.
Absolutely. So why can't we have the different sort of armor set for different female Space Marines?
So would the
so you can have a different model.
Be only one chapter?
Excuse me, what?
So would those female Space Marines only be one chapter?
How about putting them in all of the chapters, or having multiple female chapters? Why not? The sky's the limit.
Why would I want that? Why is that necessary?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about what you want. That's going to happen inevitably.
No, it's not. That's what you believe, and you're wrong.
Okay, I am a really poor fucking guy. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet on this? That there's going to be Space Marines in the future. I'm going to hold you to that.
I'm not betting money with you.
What?
I'm not betting money with you. I'm not letting you touch anything to do with my finances.
So you're a fucking pussy then. You know that you're wrong. You know that's going to happen inevitably.
Oh yeah, totally.
So wait, are you okay? So let's just make a gentleman's bet, like without money involved. Like, okay, are we betting here that there's going to be a female Space Marine chapter in the future?
I'm betting there won't be.
I bet there will be. Okay. What's going to happen when it appears? What are you going to say? Are you going to say you were right?
I'll say you're right. I'll do that much.
Sure, because I think that's inevitable. In some way, they're going to bullshit. They're going to fucking do that.
So why don't you care about lore?
I do care about lore. That's why
you don't. I assume you agreed with Templin Institute about canon not mattering or not existing.
Well, that was their title. Actually, their video said that the Imperium embellishes shit, which is true. The Imperium embellishes shit.
Yeah, but if there's no canon, then that's not canon, and therefore there's no lore.
No. Okay, I have to agree with you that their title was very sort of inflammatory. I have to agree with you there. The context of the video, what I understood was that they're saying that the Imperium can lie, can make shit up, shit like that, Not that the lore doesn't matter.
Well, no, in the comments, he reaffirmed in the comments, and I put it in my second video, he reaffirmed he was saying there's no canon.
No, sure, and he reaffirmed that I don't agree with him with that. I think that the franchise is canon. Canon is malleable as all canon in fiction, and you can do stuff with it and turn it around and create new stuff.
Again, why?
What do you mean why? Because you want to continue a franchise. Because you invent new things. You want to sell new products.
Yeah, but why specifically female Space Marines? Why not add a new chapter? Why not make the current existing chapters more interesting?
How many male chapters are there? How many chapters are there?
A couple hundred.
Exactly. So I mean, how much more you can
a lot
do?
more books they can do with that. There's a lot more in model designs they can do with that. There's infinitely there's already so much they can do with what exists.
Fantastic.
Why
You
add
can do
something
that-
that goes against their existing lore?
Why does it go against the existing lore?
Because it says right in the rule book. I can read it verbatim if you like. It says space marines rely on the hormonal and biological makeup of man. It says it right in the rule book.
Biological makeup of men. So how do you explain on was it explained in the original Horus Heresy novels that Belisarius Cole would reinvent and fuck with the gene seed and create new types of space marines? Was it ever established in the original novels? It wasn't it?
What are you talking about?
No, the changes, the Primaris Marines, they were changed. Games Workshop introduced new lore that was friendly to the old lore by introducing the Primaris Marines. The Primaris Marines and the stuff that Belisarius Cole used wasn't mentioned in the original Horus Heresy novel.
But in his case, even though it's a shitty edition, it was an edition. It wasn't rewriting anything.
Well, you can simply say that the Belisarius Cole tampered with it, and the Imperium needs more women power than ever, and
Why
now
would
it needs even women.
Power? Women are weaker than men.
It needs more men. It needs more fucking soldiers.
Yeah,
it needs more soldiers in general.
Guard. There's a higher likelihood they'll actually see battle and not.
So what do you need? Okay, so if you had the possibility to create female space marines, you would rather keep the female normal human soldiers and not create as angels of vengeance.
Actually, I would prefer the women not to have to fight at all, and they could stay home and be safe.
I know that you would do that. I know that you would do it. You would even remove the woman from the fucking Imperial Guard, which is the crux of the issue. You're a right wing fucking activist, and you're ass mad. Even the small representation that's there, you will remove even that.
How am I an activist? We're talking about a fictional universe here.
You're literally a political activist who uses like cultural war shit on fictional stories. This is a cultural war issue for you.
No, it's not.
It is for you. It is a cultural. You don't care about the lore.
We're talking about a fictional universe. We're talking about a fictional universe where none of what happens in the lore affects the real world, buddy.
Exactly. So there can be female space marines that you would need to piss your pants. You know,
no,
it doesn't affect you in real life. You're pissing your pants. You're being angry over
a fictional
universe.
I'm delivering you the hard facts here. You're deluded.
I literally gave you an evidence how that could happen in the lore.
Evidence.
I did explain it to you with Primaris Marines.
You spurged out and said some random bullshit.
I mean, you're the one that's insulting that being like ass mad. I'm explaining to you what, and you're you didn't.
No, you're
didn't.
The one who came to me calling me things. You called me
I did,
again.
I did, and I'm glad for that because
which I'm not. I'm not a political activist. I don't give a shit.
I mean, you literally said that you wouldn't want women to even fight as the Imperial Guard. You're taking like real life concerns.
It's a tragedy when more people have to fight and make up those numbers.
It's a fucking fictional universe. It's a fictional universe. The Imperium needs more women.
It's still the dramatic theme.
Exactly. So the Imperium needs more women, right? It needs more soldiers. It needs more flesh for the engine.
Right.
Exactly. Why can that be some of them female space marines? Why can Belisarius Cole just like change
because the lore directly says that only men can be space marines.
And the lore says that there can be any Primaris Marines.
No, lore
never
said
Primaris Marines were literally made out.
The lore never
Primaris Marines were made out of thin air. They have different abilities. They're stronger.
Nothing in the lore prevented that. Nope.
No. Wait. So they literally established that there are new, better, stronger, faster Space Marines that are different. Right. This is new technology.
Let me ask you this. Why would
from the old one
with the Primaris Marines? I know you don't know anything about the lore, but with the Primaris Marines, what makes them different from base Marines is they have more organs and more organic changes. Why would more organic changes make it easier for women to survive a procedure they couldn't survive the more simpler and easier process?
Why can't you make the organic changes for them to adapt to women? This is your arguing about nothing.
No, you're the one arguing about nothing. You're not even using lore examples. You're just being.
I'm literally using. So why can't you develop it? That's great. Why can't you develop a gene seed that actually works for women? What's the reason?
Why can you?
Why can't you?
I'm
asking you. I explained to you why. Because the Lord established that.
No, you didn't. You said, hey, ignore what's already there, and then we can do it. Okay, great.
No, you're ignoring
I don't want to ignore what's there. Unlike you, I'm an actual fan. Unlike you, I'm an actual fan, and I like what's there, and I don't want it to be changed for political ideology.
No, you don't like what's there. You don't like what's there.
I love what's there. Oh, I love it, buddy. I love what's there, and that's why I don't want it to change. Unlike you, you want it to change to service your real-world ideology.
But the lore has changed. The lore has changed multiple times. What do you mean?
Not really. It's been pretty concrete since the books came out.
So that was another thing, like your stupid cutoff point. It's changed multiple times before that, and you already decided that that's the cutoff point because you said GW decides, and if GW decides that female facelings, then you would already be okay with that because you already said. Oh my God, he's not going to let me speak. Wait,
no, of course I don't.
Are you actually going to let me speak on any point I have, or are you just going to spur it out?
I'm not obligated to let you speak at all. You absolute bitch.
Holy shit, you're actually like shitting your pants right now. You're actually like just fucking angry now,
not
aren't
really.
you?
I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
Oh, keep calling me bitch and keep insulting me. You fucking.
No, that's the first time I called you a bitch. Because that's because you are one. You're coping,
you're getting really fucking ass mad.
You're raging, you're getting really fucking ass mad. Keep calling me a bitch. You're crying. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Holy shit, dude, it's spasming out. This is sad. Yeah, I legit thought I was gonna have like banter, but like you just, I genuinely think you have like some mental capacity.
I don't owe you banter. You were an asshole to me. You
did give me. You
were a bitch.
You already gave me what I want. You already gave me what I. You literally gave me every single right-wing apologetic.
You came and screaming and ranting like a lunatic.
Every single right-wing apologetic ever.
Why do you care so much about race? How long have you been a racist?
Because I love to race. I love the speed.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? I love racing. I'm a racist.
Yeah, you're definitely a racist. I believe that. Thank you for confirming.
I love driving. I have the need for speed and I have the need for race.
Why are you sexist?
Why? I love sex.
Why do you care so much about gender?
Because I love the pussy.
No, the pussy doesn't love you. That's for sure.
Whoa. Okay. That actually was a good one. That's great.
All right. Anyway, guys, that was the oh-so intellectual conversation with a nutjob. Wow, what a lunatic. He had absolutely nothing. Woo! Alright, guys, if you guys wanna jump in, hold on, let me create a link. I'm now opening stuff up for open mics. Hold on here. Alright, guys. If you guys want to come in and comment about what you just heard, there's a link to the mics. Come on in. And we'll talk about that lunatic. Oh god, that was entertaining. I won't read the DMs. I did screenshot them and save them, but I did save them because the guy's an absolute lunatic. And yeah, that guy was a nut job. Alright, let me make sure I block him. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna pull in VR's first. VR, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? How do you enjoy that insanity?
That was hard to listen.
Oh yeah, that guy. You gotta love the projection on that guy, huh?
He called. Sad because
oh, yeah.
I mean, these people are not fans because I can see a fan coming in with a certain perspective because you're reading enough books on the lore. You can 100% have valid arguments. For example, the first one and the biggest one that everyone has been missing for this whole time, even the stupid idiotic pretenders that read wiki, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know. I just talked to one of them.
So no, this guy. Those are professional pretenders. I'm talking about Templin Institute and other Major Kill and other, politically invested people who got famous for, reading wiki with, panning pictures. And none of them failed to mention there is a book about this guy was talking about he was talking about the bile, the Fabius Bile, I believe.
I brought up Call actually for an excuse for why they can be female Space Marines.
He is fucking wrong.
He's wrong.
But Fabius Bile, in his 3-book series, I think it's 2 at the moment. I think the 3rd one is not out. But anyway, so in the 2nd one, on his ship, there are his quote-unquote children who view him as a god, and what he did to them is he specifically genetically engineered them to be able to rip Space Marines in half, barehanded, right? I know that, from author to author, the lore can be stupid. From author to author, a Space Marine can be weak and can be as strong as he can. But there's an example. This mad scientist, he made super soldiers basically on the level of, actually killing Space Marines. But they are not Space Marines. So he played with biological engineering and he made actual people who are capable of killing Space Marines barehanded, one-on-one, and being actually stronger and as tall as them. And a surprise, there is a concrete mention that they're both male and female, so they could breed and make more, so he doesn't need to waste his time on this. So no one mentioned this. No one. Not Templin Institute, no one mentioned it, right? This is in the book, like literally. Fabius Bile says that Space Marines are old stuff, he's not interested in them, and he's saying, look, I made super soldiers that can kill, like, Space Marines, right? And, lo and behold, they're female, and this guy's male, and they can breed, they can have children, but they can kill Space Marines, and he's like, I'm more interested in this. Fuck primaries, right?
Right.
That was the whole point of the 2nd book, where
right. I do real quick. I real quick want to bring this up of what that lunatic was talking about. He was constantly bringing up this idea of like progressing the lore, but then his examples of progressing 40k was by keeping it in Space Marines. That's how I know what I. By the way, just so everybody knows, I know that guy was baiting. And he was trying to get on here. He's an attention seeker. He's a drama queen. He's all those things. I know full well who I went in with. I brought him on here so you guys could get a taste of that. That is the people who we're up against. Those are the people who are for this shit. Raving lunatics who are absolutely lose their mind. And just to be safe, though I don't believe him, he told me I can't bring up the DMs between me and him for his safety because he lives in a country where it's heavily conservative and he might be in danger. If he espouses
in Russia, let me tell you that.
No, he's not in Russia. He gave me a different country. I don't know if it's true. I'm not going to be responsible for someone's life being threatened, so I won't divulge the DMs. But just so you all know, in the DMs, he came at me randomly, like a raving fucking lunatic. Started calling me things, accusing me of things, just really laying into me. And it was funny. Like, it was, what made me slightly irritated about it wasn't the nature of what he was saying. Like, I don't care when people say inflammatory shit. It can be entertaining. It was because I was in the middle of my fucking Cyberpunk Red campaign that I was getting these. And my phone, unfortunately, vibrates my whole desk whenever it goes off. So I was going to block him. But I was like, but I really wanted you guys to get a taste of who these people are. Because keep in mind, this is the first time ever I've brought one of these people on. But I have received death threats from these types of people. I have received threats of RAPE from these types of people. I have received the full set since the very first time I defended Arch 4 years ago to now. And I just wanted to bring him on because he felt like the most entertaining one so far. So anyway.
He was fun, 100%.
Oh, yeah, he was a psycho.
I was jumping on my seat from this guy. But, okay, like, to his these people do not know anything about the lore. I think 40k is the most diverse thing like ever.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because it's so shit. Everyone's going to die equally. It's like the hammer of justice or injustice is unisex, in the Batman quote, and he just punches everyone. That's the whole 40k. And if you read any Imperial Guard books or their lore, like the Caiaphas Cain books, for example, some people call them slightly wokish. I didn't see anything there. So the whole idea that there are like full-on female battalions of Imperial Guard, or like all of them are female, the sergeants are female, the commissars are female, and the Caiaphas Cain book is that half of them got devastated, half of the male battalion got devastated, and they got, joined up. So they're 50-50 again. I mean, it's still 50-50. So Imperial Guard are already 50-50. So you cannot get more inclusive than that. It's 50-50, right? So like, What the fuck? It's just, two genders, wink, wink. So it's 50-50. And with the Space Marines, you have Sisters of Battle, and lo and behold, it's not just like one. You have multiple orders of Sisters of Battle.
Oh yeah,
right?
Did you notice what he said about that?
Yeah. That was...
When he brought up like, oh, you have all these chapters of Space Marines, I was like, okay, what about the Sisters of Battle? And he's like, oh, well, there's just the Sisters of Battle and just the girls who don't talk.
I mean, they're literally a freaking Space Marine with a different flavor.
That flavor being women.
yeah, that's the whole point. From book to book, depending on the author, you'll have different
Michael
orders.
Palpas, lore question because I'm a tourist. Well, the thing is, you might actually be a tourist, not these types. These guys are locusts. Are Space Marines able to sire children? No. That's the thing. Gender doesn't matter for a Space Marine. They can't breed.
No, after they get the full-blown surgery, I think they're sterile as witchers in the.
It's implied with the Space Wolves they can still have sex.
Yeah,
but they can't sire children.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, I think all Space Marines kind of can if you ask the right god. Slanesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
But about children, we're not sure. But again, warp fuckery can, make them fertile again. But the whole point is that they're, it's, I would say, it's like the same with the Witcher. Idea is that.
By the way, just let you know, VR, I am gonna have to keep this call manageable because I have a lot of people waiting.
Yeah, sure. So back to the point of Sisters of Battle, there are already female Space Marines. Multiple chapters of them exists. Right, from book to book, from author to author, they will make new ones that are not in the official book, in the official codex. So the amount of their orders / chapters is infinite as long as your imagination is running. So there can be as many of them as Space Marines, but I think there are more of them than Space Marines. So I would say there are actually more female quote-unquote Space Marines than male Space Marines. I mean, now with Primaris we don't know, but if you go by pure number statistics and death rates, actually Sisters of Battle there are more of them than their male, more professional counterparts. So there's that. Anyway, I really enjoyed that shit show, and I think it brought a lot of people in. You should go look for more of these kinds of people because they do bring in more, attention. To
people love watching a shit show. That is true.
No, that was lunacy, and that was
was entertaining. And see, that's why I wanted to bring him on. I think is he was like, oh, I'm totally good for a debate. I'm like, that's not what this is.
No, that was. I mean, he failed to bring anything. Like
no. His argument also, like, I knew he would have nothing intelligible to say the moment he said, "Oh, politics isn't everything." It's like,
no. It's
not how he meant politics. No,
yeah.
There are serious themes that have quote unquote political underleanings, but there's a difference between having like a political undertone and full blown advocacy of like worldviews, which is what these people see politics as. They see if you put a worldview or something like that in something, therefore it's being advocated for. That's not true, and that's why talking to these people is impossible.
The whole thing is that in 40k everything is a real culture thrown into the future and spiced up with sci-fi. You have space Vikings, you have space Russians, you have space Germans, you have space, well, you know the word, bad word, I won't say that. You have space Templars, everything in space, right? And the whole idea of 40k is just yanked from goddamn Dune. And the Dune is apolitical, and the only one message in Dune is do not follow charismatic leaders. And that's kind of the same in 30k in Warhammer. The whole jihad and the whole Horus Heresy, it's the same shit. It's the same message. It's, you can argue politics, but it's not, in my opinion. It's just an overarching theme, but there is no, you know, politics and shit. And I hope it keeps that way, because it's more fun. Anyway,
thank you for coming on, VR.
Yeah, sure.
And thank you for coming on, man. Have a good one.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, guys, and I know there's a lot of people waiting, but I want to say this again. I knew who I was bringing in there. I knew full well he wanted to be brought on. The guy was clearly an intention whore. And normally, I get messages from that type all the time. This was nothing new. But for me, I feel that you occasionally need to bring these cockroaches out into the light so people can get a taste of their lunacy. And again, I wish I could read these DMs to you guys so much. But on the slight off chance what he told me was true and his life would be in danger, I'm not risking that. But this guy went off like a madman and barely gave me like 3 seconds to respond. So that's how I knew I had the right man to drag on here. All right, let me bring in the next person. Tang, welcome to the show. What did you think of that nonsense with that guy?
As a scientist, I was hurting like so much. Because, you know, I am of the scientific. I like debate, I like dialogue. I like making points and arguing these points, fact, logic. And, yeah, I really would want to, address some of the points he tried to make and failed miserably. I'm gonna be generous, okay? I'm gonna be very generous. I'm gonna be civil.
Oh, but can you believe he called me right wing?
Oh my! Listen, let's not go into that. I can have a whole like dissertation written about that. But
the thing is, that's less of an insult than if you had called me left wing. I'll be honest. So.
Well, the thing is, the first idea. Let's start with the first thing.
Okay.
All art is political, right? Yes, if you're a communist, because that's literally what they did.
Oh yeah, that guy was. Yeah, that's what he was for sure.
Yeah, it's like, and if you say the communist says you're right wing, you're basically centrist. So okay, thanks. Anyway, passing that, let's not dwell on that. That argument is completely pointless because 90% of art is interpretation. And that's kind of the whole thing. That most of the best modern and like old art, let's say, anything that's not specific. Actually, even the older art, you can say that every art can be viewed through the lens of the person who sees it and can be interpreted a different way. That's why we have art critics. That's why we have art schools. That's why we have, well, book reviews and everything like that, because everyone sees something different and they have their own interpretation. That's why people have been arguing since like Greek times about tragedies and stuff. So no, art is not political. Art is representational. It can show politics, but it doesn't push politics.
Exactly.
It demonstrates something.
And that goes to what I said earlier. This guy's view of politics and his whole, psycho group of people trying to, push these messages through media. He even said it to himself. He was calling me like a soldier for like the right and stuff like that because that's how he sees everything. The fact that I or you or anyone else here disagrees with him, it's not because we see the lore as this way or that way and we're not really supporting a political ideology or not. No, in his mind, you either are supporting a political ideology or you don't exist. And that's the thing. Like, to him, art isn't representative. It is concrete. It is If this is showcased, it is therefore being supported. If it is,
You know,
even if it's shown in a bad or good light, it doesn't matter. It's being supported because it's being shown.
I just realized what kind of person these people remind me of. Well, to anyone who's ever lived in a post-communist country, or even like recently communist country, would know people that were informants for the state police. They have the same mentality. It's the mentality of, oh, everything needs to be political, and I need to be political because if I'm not political, I'll be the enemy. And if I never be the enemy, I'll be targeted. I'll get whatever I do to other people because I want to be seen as the good guy. I want to be seen as virtuous. And if I stray even a second from that, I'm dead. So he is fucking scared that if he even thinks about something wrong, he thinks that someone will read his mind and put him in the gulag. That's the mentality of people.
I think you're correct.
And yeah, that's pretty much exactly it.
He's
they
writing,
they are scared.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they're scared, and that's why they need to push the politics everywhere because they need to virtue signal to their own fucking hounds. But
Thank
anyway,
you, Herbert von Bismarck, for subscribing. Thank you.
yeah. So moving away from this nonsense because I don't want to go into politics. That's boring. Let's say the second point, the whole why cannot there be female space marines? And he made the point, Primaris Marines exist.
And before you go into it, you heard my counter, correct?
Oh yeah, I did hear you counter.
Yeah,
Yes.
my counter. And I'll repeat it for anybody who wasn't there for that. And by the way, I encourage anybody who's just joining the stream now. The first, it felt like 3 hours, but the first half hour of the stream, roughly, was how long literally from the beginning of the stream to the half hour mark, was the interview with the guy. And I saw it was just going to continue looping, so I cut it off. That, and I'd gotten my yucks out of it. But that guy, I countered him because he's like, oh, well, Primaris, that means we can now have female Space Marines. I said, well, okay, but females have been established to not survive the first stage, which completely restructures the body. And all Primaris that stage is, as it's explained by the lore, and what's canon about Primaris, is it adds more organs. It adds more to the biological changes than base Space Marines. So why would even more of the genetic changes make turning women into Space Marines easier? It's even more strain on their bodies that they couldn't handle the base change.
It's like saying that you can if you add a spoiler to your car, that means that you can build an airplane with the parts.
Oh, Tanushi, thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
It's actually worse.
Can there be Aryan, pale blonde, blue-eyed salamanders? And I don't mean
No.
as neophytes. No.
No. No.
First of all, in terms of the planets they recruit from, the homeworld that they recruit from mainly, everyone there has charcoal skin, so beforehand they wouldn't look like that. But even
if they do, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but even if they recruited from another world with an entirely different set of people who do look like base Aryan, yeah, there's the alert. Who look baseline Aryan, because of the nature of Gene Seed, they will have their appearance altered to look similar to the Primarch. Now, to be fair, the lore is a bit weird here. This is where one of the softer ends is. It's not like every single Space Marine who gets that Gene Seed will automatically look just like Vulcan, or look just like Lorgar, or any of those Primarchs. But most of them will inherit some level of similarity to them. And some will inevitably look like a miniature version of their Primarch. So, oftentimes, one of the things that would at least happen with let's say an Aryan man, young man, got brought into the Salamanders, most likely his skin or hair color or something would be changed from that original appearance, and then be stuck as looking somewhat similar to Vulcan. The level of change varies per aspirant. But they all tend to look at least somewhat like their Primarch, and in Vulcan's case, it's pretty clear what they'd end up looking like. So anyway, go ahead, Tank.
Right. So, back to my point about the Primaris. So he was like, oh, why cannot create a gene seed that is like female? Well, as a scientist myself, and as someone that understands these kind of, I would go first with this. Biology is not trivial.
No.
And there is a reason why in many scientific and sci-fi and other documents, when people write about genetic manipulation, they do males only. Because there is one simple thing with, in fact, biology that, you want stability when you want to change something. Because changing genetics is incredibly difficult. Because it's not like you can just create a pattern and slap it on and decide it works.
Right, and
because
even if you use, real quick, let me throw this by you.
Mhm.
Even if you use the excuse, oh, it's fiction, it's fantasy, it's sci-fi, would you lose some respect or love for a given lore or universe if they treated that as trivial? If they treated
I'll get to that.
Okay.
I'll get to. Now, the whole idea with let's say the hormonal changes. You don't want, when you do genetic manipulation, you don't want anything that can change hormonally, because usually that leads to also mutation, and that's the death of genetic manipulation.
Right.
So if you take men versus women, women are cyclical, men are linear in their development. Basically, as I'm saying, women have cycles, right? And that cycles lead to hormonal changes. They lead to biological things. Basically, there is a reason why women have this time of the month. And if you want to mess with that, you are basically trying to take a screwdriver and go try and disassemble and reassemble a whole rocket with just no knowledge of rocket science. You're messing with stuff you don't understand, and usually when you have these changes in the female biology, it can also lead to further mutation, because it just creates the mutagenic circumstances. Now, males, on the other hand, are far more stable in terms of biology. So, if you create something...
I'll keep going.
Now, if you want to make something that would work, and it's very risky, you can bet that the male biology would be far more stable in this term and would remain stable for a longer time.
Right.
So if you take a certain process which has 1% success chance with men, and you want to try apply the same process with women, the chances would decrease astronomically and probably would become basically impossible, just because biology is it.
Yeah.
Now, apart from that, let's just leave that aside. Second of all, we know that people that were basically the most intelligent people in the lore, in the universe, on not only the Imperial side, also on Chaos side, they have tried to do that. They wanted to do that, and they failed. The whole Cole information. Oh, he took and created Primaris. Well, not really, because he just took what was wrong and improved it. That is completely different from reinventing the whole wheel.
Correct.
And lastly,
actually, that's an amazing phrasing. Actually, I appreciate you putting it that way, because yeah, that's exactly a good counter for any of the people using the Primaris staging as, and that's just like a better wording for it. I've used the same explanation, but in worse wording. So I appreciate your better wording. But yeah, when it comes to people arguing through the process of Primaris, therefore we can have female Space Marines. Yeah, exactly. That the way you put it is like the best way to counter that. It's not rewriting the wheel. Therefore, everything that was restricted with the previous no longer applies. The wheel's still there. Therefore, the restrictions still exist. Some of the restrictions have just been alleviated.
Well, it's not really restrictions. That's the point. It's fixing through addition. That's what Primaris are. They take things that they are lacking and they're adding additional things that they're fixing the problem. With female Space Marines, you don't fix anything, you don't add anything, you reinvent everything. You reconstruct everything. You have to throw up everything else and start from scratch. And trust me, as a scientist, I know how that feels. You don't want to do that, especially if you have like years of study. So
By the way,
anyway,
how's your PhD coming along?
I'm working on it right now, so I
Right,
should
man.
be working on it right now. But anyways,
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man, but I do got people waiting, so
Yeah, let me just make one final point about the whole. When you said the whole, if it's science fiction, right?
Hmm.
Well, okay. So if it's science fiction, that means it doesn't matter. Okay, then why don't you create your own science fiction?
and see how people like it.
I mean, yeah, if it
People-
was successful.
Believe it or not, people actually like, and this is why a lot of people like 40K, is people like things having rules. They like them
Yeah.
having an explanation and being able to understand it, even if it's fictional, even if it's completely insane and crazy. But if you have an explanation in a fictional setting, it makes it feel more connectable. It makes it feel more real to a person. It's because in our real world, we have restrictions, we have rules, we have limits, we have things we can't overcome, and we have things we can. And that's why we connect to fictional universes. That's why we connect to them, is because we relate to those restrictions. It's why sci-fi, for a lot of people, is more interesting than strict fantasy. Because with a lot of fantasy, they do often use the explanation of, oh, well, it's magic. Some of the more popular fantasy, like traditional fantasy, will still have some rules, some limitations, some laid out structure. But when something breaks those rules or confronts them, the excuse often used by writers with traditional fantasy is, oh, it's magic. And we kind of have to just accept it, even though if it's annoying. But with sci-fi, and even though in 40K's case, it's more like sci-fi fantasy, but regardless, it's still got that sci-fi leaning. A lot of it does have an explanation. A lot of it does have rules we as nerds can obsess over and compare and contrast with future things. And that's what makes it more engaging. That's what makes it feel better. What makes it feel more personable. Is because we have that outlined blueprint to work with. And I think that's why one of the reasons I like 40K more than I like something like Lord of the... well, I love Lord of the Rings. But I do like 40K more than Lord of the Rings. I do love 40K more than Star Trek. I love, even though that's not fantasy, that's sci-fi as well. But yeah, I like it more than Game of Thrones. I like it more than what's another popular fantasy property?
Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I guess I like it more than Star Wars. Actually, that is true though. I do like it more than Star Wars. So I like it when things have an explanation. Yeah, it's fairy dairy, it's made up, but it has one, and sometimes they're very logical explanations, and that's why they're so connectable.
People desire consistency, and when you try and mess with consistency, people would not like it. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming on and saying thank you so much, man.
Yeah, just to let you know, I've explained to people how the calling line works, so just pull from Co1.
All right, thank you.
Should be fine. All right,
Appreciate it.
see you then.
Bye. All right. Caboose, you're next, buddy. Caboose? Hello. Are you on mobile? Yeah, by the way, just so everyone knows, if you're on Android, if I drag you into calls, for some reason it prevents you from being heard. Caboose, I'm gonna sign you out. I'm gonna disconnect you from the call, but I'll give you a host status. Oh, you actually already have it. So just...
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Oh, no, you can hear. Okay, what the hell?
Yeah, I was just muting the stream because I was getting the 2 stream. So
Right, gotcha, okay. Real quick, there's Captain Slightly Bluebeard in the chat. Welcome, by the way. Welcome to everybody I haven't welcomed directly. This is the most amount of people I've had in chat before, so usually I welcome everybody individually, but there's been a lot of people today. So I apologize if I haven't welcomed every single individual, but I hope you guys will forgive that. But Captain Slightly Bluebeard says, without restrictions in fiction, nothing matters, and there is no risk or weight to anything happening. It'd be like Frodo just using a jetpack to get on Mount Doom just because why not? It's fiction. Exactly. And that is why a lot of us hate it when people come into the setting, these fake fans, they come in and they like this guy did, and said, "Oh, well, there's something in there, so screw it. Why not we break all the rules and say it's possible now?" It's okay. That shows you're not a fan. And the guy kept insisting he was one, even in DMs. He kept insisting, "Oh yeah, I'm a fan. You're not a fan." So, oh yeah, projection here. This is how you know someone's not a fan of something, when they're advocating for it to change at the drop of a hat to, again, feed their ideology as opposed to any objective improvement of the fiction or objective improvement of the setting.
Yeah, it's just...
Zagar the old.
They remind me of the assassins from Assassin's Creed. Everything's permittable. That quote.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just... No, the only reason they want female Space Marines is because they are the poster boy. Completely dismissed. I speak English good. Completely dismissed the Sisters of Battle and the Sisters of Silence and all that whatnot. Completely. And they want it because, like I said, they just want it because they're the poster boys.
Yeah,
they don't care about anything.
Much appreciated, Blue Lindbergh. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. By the way, everyone, check out the In the Nutshell series. Keep in mind, I don't actually cover drama like this all the time. I'm not afraid to, when people say dumb shit. But yeah, feel free to check out the In the Nutshell series and other stuff, because I do other content on this channel. Anyway, keep going, Caboose.
Yeah, they just don't care. They want everything for them now. And what happens in 20 years when they change their mind? Yeah, change in 40K is really fucking slow.
Like centuries, millennia.
Well, I meant in real world, to get anything new or to get anything changed. It is painfully fucking slow to get anything changed.
Trust me, you're preaching to the choir there. As an orc player,
yeah.
Do you know how much of my army is the old plastic molds, and now they came up with those new ones? For over a decade, I've been collecting plastic orcs, and they just recently updated the orc boys, and I'm so pissed because and
it only took them 40 years or something.
It took so goddamn long, and you do it after I've collected over 10,000 points of orcs. Fuck you, GW. Sorry, I had to get that out.
Yeah, it's like I said, they're tourists. They don't care. They just, we want it because we want it. I'm like, if shit doesn't have rules, then you get the Holdo maneuver.
Oh, you had to bring that one up.
Completely ignores the rules established in Star Wars.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and instead of trying to explain it, the next movie, they're like, "Oh, that's 1 in a million shot." It's like, that's not explaining the bullshit you pulled.
Yeah, you fundamentally broke how shit goes. Congratulations, you're an idiot.
I am. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna pull in the next person. Wait, do you have any, real quick? Do you have any final points you want to bring up?
Oh, the only thing I wanted to say is his point about how the armor and all that will be different. It's like, no, they have female guards now. That's what female Space Marines would look like. The reason the sororitases look like they do is because of the lore reason: no men under arms. They have to look female.
Oh yeah, what do you yeah, and that's a good point, and yeah, exactly. But real quick, before you go, I have a question for you. What'd you think of him calling me a white male sexist bigot?
Well, I mean, you are. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
He's only right about one of those things.
Yes.
All right.
The fact that you're right wing. I mean, I don't know if you're male or not. I'm kidding. All right, brother. You have a good one.
Yeah, for sure.
Bye.
Everyone. Okay. This is fun.
Oh yeah.
Khan, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good. And you?
I'm doing going pretty good. I have a very entertaining start, and it's been a very constructive continuation after dealing with that nut job.
Yeah. Man, that guy also seems paranoid to all fucking back.
Oh yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ, if anyone would fucking care what he talks about on a Discord server, like, Jesus Christ. He's not that important in his life.
Oh yeah, he was also and the reason I know I've said it before, but the reason I won't read the DMs we have, because they're gold mine, let me tell you. The reason I can't read his DMs, according to him, is because it might risk him getting like prosecuted in his country because he's heavily conservative. I don't know. That sounds
Dude, if he
far-fetched to me,
doesn't live in North Korea, I fucking highly doubt that.
no, that's not where he said he lived.
And he doesn't sound Chinese as well, so he's being a pussy.
You heard him. He,
Well- Yeah, he was screaming like fuck.
Oh yeah, and ironically, he was telling me I was Sperging out while
He was
losing
very
shit.
emotional about it. I have listened to Cyrex and Christian videos that were less screamy. Well, no, it doesn't matter to the topic.
Yes.
Because I have a specific problems about those people, and this they don't know when law-wise something cannot happen because it's sad. And something could happen because it was never mentioned. Like when he said that coal just is a change that came out of nowhere, that wasn't right whatsoever.
No.
Because we already had better Space Marines 3 times. We had the Raptors way back during the Horror Heresy.
Technically, the Thunder. Well, no, the Space Marines. Well, they defeated
The Thunder Warriors
'cause
aren't
they were-
really that good, better than Space Marines.
No,
They have
not
their own
really.
problem.
They were stronger combatants, but they weren't as organized, and they were far too chaotic and easy to take advantage of. Basically, they were stupider.
And they had the sex drive. Cringe, I know. But yeah, most importantly, the Raptors were Primaris. And everything but name. So there was actually kind of a precipice for that to exist. And we had the Custodes. They are also better Space Marines, still male. And then we have the Grey Knights, who are also an upgrade on the Space Marines. So that there cannot be an Space Marine upgrade is asinine. But because of the females, that has been said multiple times that it is not possible. So if you would introduce a female Space Marine, that would start retconning. Because it has been said. You catch my drift?
Yeah, I catch your drift.
And they don't seem to know the difference between inventing something new and retconning.
No, they don't. The thing is, I don't think it's. I think we're letting them off easy when we say stuff like, "Oh, I don't think they understand," or "I don't think they." No, they're choosing not to, because they know
Yeah.
if they acknowledge it, they lose.
Yeah,
That's
of
the thing.
course.
Like, it hurts their point. So with this guy, I think it's the same thing. We could say stuff like, because we're trying to be charitable, that he's like, oh, he doesn't understand the difference between a retcon and you know, we can say that all we want. But the thing is, that's not the case. I think they fully understand. They just choose to pretend not to because it benefits them to pretend to
It's
be ignorant.
giving up the high ground.
Correct.
Well, they don't have high ground.
And
but
you heard him, right? Like, all of this was about an ideological battle to him.
And those guys see. You see, with art, you always see one thing from you in art. You always carry your baggages with you. And if you look at everything and you just see politics, you see what was this, racism and everything. I'm sorry, you're most likely staring at the mirror. And you are just,
Projection.
and you are just trying to cover the mirror.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the thing is, the Imperium is not even fascistic.
Oh, no, it's
You couldn't-
authoritarian, but it's not fascist.
It's authoritarian. What it is a feudalistic theocracy. It's feudalistic because you got the Lords of Terror, and the Lords of Terror govern over other government pieces. And above all of that is the Big E.
Oh, yeah.
that
And-
has nothing to do with fascism whatsoever, neither left nor right.
Oh yeah,
It's
and
a
again,
feudalistic system.
it goes back to what we just said with their selective misunderstanding. I think these people are genuinely smart enough to understand the difference between different types of authoritarianism, but they choose to put it all into the one single box of fascism because they know that's the most evil one, or at least supposedly. I think the
They don't
communists were far
even-
worse,
they-
but they put it in that box because they know that's the biggest buzzword. They know that's the one with the most taint on it, at least in terms of public knowledge, quote unquote.
Taint.
You're so
And
easily entertained. But the point is,
Yokai,
they choose to box
feudalism
into
cannot
that.
be right wing. Feudalism existed since the Middle Ages. That didn't have any ideas about left or right back then.
Yeah, well, again, my point is they don't make that distinction because they know it hurts their point.
Most of them wouldn't even know that fascism has roots in leftism. It's
Yeah, its roots are in socialism,
yeah.
which is pretty far left ideology. I mean, communism and fascism are cut from the same cloth.
And they act like that. They scream at you, they yell at you, they are just fucking nutcases. It took a while in your quote-unquote discussion with the guy. I forgot how he wanted to be called. I'm going to call him Richard, because he seems like a dick.
Yeah, he is a dick, 100%.
He
wanted to be
tried-
called, I call him the Nutjob,
Yeah, I'm going to call him Richard.
or the Psycho.
He really tried at the beginning to seem somewhat cordial, but that gave away so fucking fast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what else? I think that was just that they don't seem to know the difference between extending lore and replacing / retconning lore.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a charitable walkaway to call it a misunderstanding. I think it's selective.
Being in
misunderstanding.
a purpose or not,
I think it's on purpose.
at the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The outcome's still the same with their psychosis. But I appreciate you coming on, Karn, as always. I love having you.
Hey, love being here, my dude.
Love it, love it, love it. All right, have a good one. Anon55, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
How you doing?
Oh. Hi. What's up? Wow, that guy. That guy was a nut job, dude.
Oh, yeah. You should see
And-
the DMs.
I can only imagine.
The tonal shift, by the way, in the DMs, because he went on this fucking psychotic rant against me. He called me a right-wing white man extremist that hates women, and he's just going on this fucking nut job rant. And at the very end of it, I kept responding with salt memes, but eventually I was like, you know what, I want him on the show. So I broke my silence and said, you want to come on? The tone shift from you're a racist, evil, horrible bigot to, oh, you want me on the show? Okay, that sounds cool, dude. Let's exchange. It was
Wow.
creepy.
The fucking whiplash, dude. No, yeah. Well, at least it is content.
Oh yeah, it was great.
It is content.
This is entertaining as all hell.
Man, I can't understand these people that are so ideologically possessed that they must impose everything they believe in hobbies. It is psychotic to me.
Oh yeah, like I said, I call it psychosis for a reason. I'm not being hyperbolic. I think these people are mentally deranged.
Yeah, any other time they would be in a mental hospital.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of these people, you know how on Twitter some of these people identify as maps. Not saying this guy did. I don't know what. He contacted me through Instagram, but
Oh, yeah.
you know some of these types. You check out their Twitter bios, and they openly say, oh, I'm a map, or I'm a pro, and they sell all this
God.
stuff that back in the day at best they would have been socially ostracized for, but now nowadays it's supposed to be welcome, and they're supposed to be invited in all the diversity.
Man, it is something else. Like other content creators said, they they focus so much on the Space Marines because they are like the franchise boys, you know. They are the ones that when people think of 40k, they Space Marine pops into their heads, and I agree with the creators when they say if GW ever retcons the lore and say, oh no, women can be Space Marines, it would be simply then bending the knee for a final time. And the setting would probably die a few short years later.
Oh, real quick. Thank you for the super chat. Tanushi, fire up the wood chipper. Yes. If anyone says they're a map, fire up the wood chipper. Zimzilla, thank you for the super chat. $1.99. Tourists not understanding no means no. The irony. Exactly. All right, go ahead, Anand. Sorry about that.
I was saying, if GW ever like bend their knee to them and retcons the lore for male Space Marines to be allowed, I think the setting would die like in a few short years after that, because then it would not be cohesive anymore.
Exactly.
And like you said before, I'm interested in 40k because those rules, where the rules of the setting is what brought me into it. It is so much more interesting than any other setting that I like Star Wars and also the Lord of the Rings. I also like 40k more. It is a more interesting setting because everything else is, we can always aspire to more, and we can always like strive to do better. But then that is most sci-fi settings. But then we have 40k, like, no, dude, this is the best that we can get, and we are like trying to keep that way, because any moment a psyker like tries to play with his powers, it can bring a goddamn demon out of his fucking head and destroy an entire planet.
Oh yeah.
And so I understand why the Imperium has to be so totalitarian, because what other choice do they have to, if not to be totalitarian against things, against threats like that?
Exactly, and this goes to part of why I think these people are not true fans, and it really shows, because they talk about the Imperium, about how authoritarian and evil it is, and how they're the bad guys, but they don't seem to understand that they're bad guys by our point of view, but the universe is bad. There are no good guys in 40k.
Yeah, the setting doesn't allow them to be better than this.
No, this is the best they can be given their status. That is the tragedy of the setting. That's why it's a grimdark. It's not. There aren't supposed to be good guys, yet they levy these judgments and these things like this left and right. And weirdly enough, despite the fact that a lot of these same people in one breath will say like, "Oh, the Imperium is like this fascist, evil regime," but then the next second they're like, "Oh, but they should have female Space Marines to be more diverse." And I confronted that guy about it. It's like, okay, you think it's an authoritarian, evil regime, but you want it to be diverse. You want an authoritarian regime to be attractive and likable. I think you're missing the point of it.
Really makes you think. Like, and of course we don't have stories about like all the other planets in the setting where humanity lives, and like pretty much nothing is happening, because people forget that the Imperium is actually more than 1 million worlds, and no government would be capable to keep everything in check. So there must be like hundreds of thousands of paradise worlds where you can live a normal life, and the imperial bureaucracy is like, okay, just give me the taxes and fuck off. Just pay your tithe.
Exactly. And yeah, you're dead on, and that's again why they're not fascists. They don't. I don't get why these groups always they hear authoritarian and they immediately say, oh, they're a fascist regime. It's like they're not that overbearing. Like fascism wouldn't allow the amount of freedom that the Imperium allows.
No, the Imperium is too decentralized. Too decentralized to
Way
be
too decentralized.
fascist.
And as it is, they can't even really keep a leash on the ecclesiarchy, the religious sect. Fascism, you are not the only religion is the religion of the leader, who is the dictator.
You can say
Which, technically speaking, the ecclesiarchy that is the faith of their leader, but at the same time, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand. And we have Rebute, he's become the de facto leader, but even him is not crazy enough to mess with the ecclesiarchy, even though he hates them. And you can say that the Imperium is more centralized because of that, but it's not by much. I would say the part where Guilliman controls, he's probably gonna be a little more like the Roman Empire in the late ages, and the Dante part will become even more feudal because they don't have the Astronomicon. And I think the last thing I heard about the lore in the Dante part of the Imperials, they're these small beacons that appear in that a part of the spirit of the Emperor possessing some random guy. I think it was in one of those newer Alpha Legion books.
I know in a recent book the Emperor possessed Guilliman himself.
True. Yeah, and there's this part where this guy becomes a mini Astronomicon, and he is a tragedy because he wants to go see his kids, he wants to see his wife, but the sector he's in, no dude, you ain't gonna sleep, you're gonna be chained in this chair and we're gonna use as a beacon forever. You ain't gonna die and you ain't gonna see your kids.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that's amazing of the setting because it's incredibly fucked up.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly fucked up, and it's what makes it compelling is the thrill of and the desire for everyone to survive in such a dark setting. And it gives, because everyone is evil, in a sense, no one is. It's just everyone is forced into a situation where they're all entirely fucked up. And that's what makes the stories kind of compelling. Because if they were evil in the sense of mustache twirling and they enjoy killing things just for the sake of it, I think it would be more cartoony, probably entertaining from a comedic sense. But what makes us so enthralled in the setting and why we love it so much is it's the tragedy of it.
Oh yeah, no, the people in charge of the Imperial must be incredibly pragmatic. We like to meme about Inquisitors like Exterminatus. Every single planet
But they do it rarely.
They sniff a whiff of heresy, but no, dude, that's a huge that's a huge not an undertaking. I forgot the word. A huge. Like I was saying, the Exterminatus is very rare, and I imagine if what happened with Cryptma, where he was Exterminatus playing willy-nilly, he actually got banned from the Inquisition, wasn't he?
Yes. I don't know if he was banned from the Inquisition, but I know he was alienated, or I think his rank was decreased. I don't know if he was necessarily... I don't know, I have to double check that one. He might have been.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, man, I got a lot of people waiting, so is there one last point you'd like to make?
Oh yeah, I actually have a question for you because
Right.
what would you say to people that say like the Tau are the good guys?
I'd say they have a gross misunderstanding of the universe and of the Tau themselves. I could forgive them for having that misconception because, well, the community itself, a good chunk of the people like to showcase them as, and they are as definitely the least evil. So I think that's why it's easy to come to that conclusion. But effectively, they're not. And just look at their actions. They they euthanize entire species for not subjecting themselves to the quote unquote greater good. They also sterilize entire species for doing that. So they're not good people. It's also commonly believed that a huge amount of their population are forced into it through mental conditioning, essentially. Through
The last I heard was pheromones.
yeah, pheromones, something like that. So even then, it's not like all the members of the Tau greater good are there necessarily of their own volition. So yeah, they're not good guys. I can understand why someone would have that misconception because they're the least evil, but that does not therefore make them good.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and thank you for the content.
No problem. Hope you enjoyed his spurging.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Trip. Hey, we can hear you this time.
Funny how we just ended with the towel there, isn't it?
It was interesting how it ended with the Tau, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm primarily because the Tau are subversive in their evil, where they more or less try to win you over with words, and then I have to be a third-class citizen now. Now, granted, yeah, your standard of life would be a lot better, but they are they really are trying to pull one over on you, aren't they?
Yeah.
And isn't that just like the pro-female Space Marine side?
Yes, it is very much so. It's a game of the thing is, actually, I don't know if I'd give them that much credit because they're far too open about it.
They're not as talented. Here's the thing, like, I even saw someone wanting to, see Steelman arguments for both sides. And so they're literally asking for someone to make their arguments look better.
That's sad.
I mean, that's the thing, like, they showed example of Steelman arguments like, we already have Sisters of Battle and Space Marines are already saturated as is. Like, those are Steelman arguments. No, those are actual arguments.
Yeah. So,
like,
okay. So at this point, steel manning just means you making an actual argument.
Straw manning.
Yeah, but it sounds like to me it's just actually making an argument.
Or actually showing the argument.
Exactly. Like straw manning is when you're making stuff up, or
I mean,
you're giving intellectually dishonest examples.
Yes.
Like such as the Templin Institute. He gave straw man or intellectually dishonest examples, which were entirely his supposition.
I attempted this little thought experiment, and all I could say is people really wanting representation. I also had to add the caveat of obvious rebuttal of, well, the sledgehammer approach is not a nice way of going about it, and we have other factions like the Sisters of Battle and everyone else where that would be a much better way to utilize it. Like, you could do that without bulldozing and you'd get your representation. But that's not the point now, is it?
No, they don't really care about representation, because if they did, they would be advocating for Sisters of Battle to be the poster girls, which I wouldn't even mind. I'd actually probably support that, because honestly, I'm sick and tired of Space Marines being on the box.
Or, just more Sisters of Battle in general.
Yeah,
I'm
making
pretty
that-
sure there's Space Marine fans that would be like,
more
yes,
Sisters of Battle
please.
books would be nice as well.
Or, maybe a video game.
I think I'm alone on this island, so I'm about to say something that people might disagree
Okay.
with. But I stand by it. I think the Sisters of Silence should have their own dedicated army. Right now, in terms of the tabletop game, they're an add-on to the Custodes. I think they are cool enough, and I do think that there's enough in their lore that you can expand them out to be their own whole army, rather than an add-on to the
True,
Custodes.
but that's actually taking away from possibility the Custodes' one weakness. Their
True.
lack of psychic.
I'm not saying you
presence,
still
which
can't
they
pair
counter.
them in
I
one
understand.
army. It'd be cool
True,
if
true.
in 10th edition they could make it so they have their own codex, but they can still work as one army as opposed to do.
Let's not give GW any idea to nickel and dime us anymore.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Well, anyway, that's like an unpopular stance I have. But anyway,
But that's so it's kind of sad where their idea of steel manning us is just showing our arguments without blatantly saying, "Oh, we're sexist" or whatever.
oh yeah, what do you think about that guy? You've watched me a couple times
I
now,
missed
correct?
him. I just missed him.
You just missed him. Okay, well, in throughout our quote unquote debate, he kept saying, "See, this is why you're a straight white male sexist."
Well, wasn't that just the DMs you said?
Oh no, that was in the call.
Oh.
Yeah, the
Oh,
first
God.
half hour of the stream is
Ugh.
him spurging out and then claiming I'm spurging.
Computer screen just turned off because of inactivity.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So.
Yeah.
Thank you to
That's-
Nushi for sorry, I haven't said for subscribing. For donation, I cannot relate to this piece of fiction without an exact copy of my body, face, voice, likes, taste, and opinions in it. That's called sociopathy. Correct.
I mean, I have a mild version of that. Like, I much prefer create your own character options in video games.
I don't think that's the same thing though. Like that's just a desire to put yourself into a world, but you're not requiring that world to provide that for you. You just wanted to give you the tools to add that for yourself. And
I mean,
technically 40K does give you that option actually. It's called
And just not
homebrew.
Space Marines, but true. Oh yes.
Yeah,
And
you
of
can-
course, and that's the thing. They're like, oh, they should do like a Lost Legion box set of just wild and crazy stuff. Like, so you're asking GW to facilitate your fan canon just for what ifs. I mean, I love what ifs; those are fun and all, but you don't need GW to,
produce them.
yeah,
Especially in the day and age with 3D printing.
yeah. I mean, hey, I personally, I just got to show you this Tau Marine art.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, but just Pickle Father Nurgle Pickle Father. Is that a Pickle Joke, really? Actually, no. I've known autistic people with more sense. Actually, I have Asperger's.
I'm autistic.
I am autistic, and I have more sense than these people.
Like-
Granted, I'm a troll. I can be quite often, as is evidenced by the first half hour of the stream. But yeah. Oh, that is.
Oh, it's well made too, and well, that's more of an Imperial soldier having basically a more Fallout style armor, but still, that's like a cow human combining thing.
With our powers, we combine. That kind of thing.
I mean, I love this fan and stuff. I love what ifs. Like, did you ever watch Moscow X's What If series? I know it's a weird.
Masako X?
Yes.
Yes, I watched his What If series, like his DBZ What If series, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, my favorite
Those
one
are
is
fun, like,
What if
yes,
Raditz turned
What
good?
Ifs,
That was my favorite.
Fans, please do that.
It is very
Okay,
good. If
sorry.
you're a fan of DBZ and you like What Ifs, go check that out for sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a good example.
I know, little off topic, but I appreciate the example.
Yeah, so like that is an awesome thing. And oh god, now I need to show female Primarch fan art. I'm
Hey.
sorry.
If it's the
What?
fan art, I
It's
think
not
it is.
that
That's
much.
great.
It's not
it's
much.
great. The thing is, again, the fan art examples you're giving are great because that is something you can do, and everyone is supportive of it. That's what these people continue to seem to. And again, I don't want to give them the wiggle room to claim it's a lack of understanding. I don't think it's ignorance. I think it's selective misunderstanding. and they choose not to. They choose to conflate the two. These people genuinely know what they're doing. I want to make that perfectly clear. Guy thank you so much for the super chat. In my canon, Thraka and Yara go Ultra Instinct and cast Amgron into the fires of Mount Doom.
They're both fighting Angron.
Oh, and to cast Angron into the fires of Mount Doom, Yara beating his ass on the way down like Gandalf. That would be cool as a fan art, but yeah, I don't think anyone would be okay with that as being canon.
Crap, I can't get to it, but there's this very cute, ironically Fulgrim art that shows the depiction of them making the weapons in their contest. The female versions of them.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the artists you're talking about and the artwork you're talking about. That stuff is great, and I think most of the community supports that stuff because when it comes
it's
to
like,
homebrew,
aren't we just
we're totally okay.
I want to keep out women.
Yeah, and that's the thing. These people keep saying we should have female space marines. Well, technically speaking, there is one avenue you can absolutely have it, and the community has supported it for decades.
Lost mark. Fanfic.
The thing is, I have a series on this channel called Homebrew Highlight. I encourage you guys to check it out. There's not many episodes.
Yes, you did the Badger people.
Yeah, I did the Badger. I also did something called the Space Bees. I've covered several homebrew chapters that people have submitted to me.
I'm just a commercial machine, ain't I?
I mean, I don't mind.
Hey, I'm okay calling out myself on that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
I've always examples.
Yeah, I've always had an appreciation for fanfic, and I wanted to make a series on this channel about it. And though the series didn't really go too far with popularity, I don't mind. I don't do stuff just because it's popular. I do stuff because I like it. That's the whole point of, I think, YouTube at this point. If you're not doing YouTube for a hobby, especially my channel size,
and of course,
what are you doing it for?
Okay, and there's this other argument they keep on with the female space marines. Well, I mean, they're different. They're the poster boys. They're more powerful. Well, I mean, the Sisters of Battle literally have their saints, which are almost Primarch level. Because, they're Imperial demons.
Kinda, yeah.
But it's like, that's the thing, like, remember the last time I brought up the Buffy analogy?
Well, that was forever ago.
Yeah,
I think so, though, yeah.
And that's it. Like, it's a really desperate pull. Like,
yeah, it's a Hail Mary.
Yeah. Could you imagine if someone was being so asinine to demand that in Witchblade, any magical Girl Squad anime or manga? Like,
the sad thing is, I don't think we'd ever see that because most of those communities are pretty, what would you call it?
They really, really like the fact that they're female?
Yeah, we'll go with that. That's like probably the best way to put it without getting too graphic.
Yep.
They like the girls. But yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good points all around, Trip.
Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, we should move on, right?
Yeah. I do have other people waiting to call, so is there a last point you'd like to make?
I'm gonna be honest, that's basically it, so moving on.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad we can figure out the mic issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Alright, Johnny Q. Can you hear me, bud?
Yeah.
Alright. So, what do you think of this whole mess?
Oh, it's entertaining to say the least.
I'm glad you find it entertaining.
Yeah, I actually saw the original tweet on Twitter before I came across the whole mess.
Oh yeah, so did I. I actually retweeted it and was clowning on Templin well before I made the video. That's why I made the original video I did about the situation. I was just covering the tweets initially. And I genuinely didn't think he was going to upload a video. I thought he was just trying to rile people up to go to his channel page and his Patreon. No, he actually made a video. I was surprised.
I didn't really.
The video was so bad.
I actually came across it because of Arch's video.
Oh, yeah.
Arch and Major Kills poll. I just watched those two just because, right?
Alright.
I'm like, dang, I need to check this out very quick. I'm like, damn, that was a mess of a video.
Oh, yeah,
That was a mess.
it was clown shit. The honking was so absurd,
Oh yeah.
especially in the comment section.
Oh yeah. And just hearing that guy go off, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah,
That-
you should see
That was-
again. I wish I could show the DMs, but just on the off chance that he was telling the truth, that he's
Oh,
in danger. I don't think
Oh,
he
yeah.
is, but it's just they're so funny. Actually, hold on. I think there's one I can read and he'll be fucking safe. There's no way this is gonna put him in danger. Hold on. There's no way he is gonna be in danger if I read this. You
Let's
find
hope
it?
not.
No, because it just gives no evidence to who he is, so I think he'll be fine. Okay, hold on. Hey, and this is one of his opening statements to me. By the way, since I have you seething, how do you explain half Eldar Space Marines and non-powered Marines in the first iterations of 40k lore? He's talking about well before 4th edition, 3rd edition, and when the Horus Heresy books came out. So basically proto 40k, which nobody, not even GW, accepts as canon.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty.
And before he let me respond, he said, "You don't need to be angry. I'm asking you a genuine question." I didn't respond to him yet. He says, "You don't need to be angry. I'm asking you genuine questions. I'm curious." And then he says, "Iterations. Sorry, English is my third language." And before I could respond again, he goes, "Oh, Dawn, why no answer? I thought canon mattered." At that point, I was just like, "It does." And he types in these. I think that's the most I'll read, because again, like, some of this stuff does include some stuff about it. Like, he talks about, he uses real world political stuff throughout his ranting in this. He barely let me respond through half of this shit, to be honest.
No, yeah, man, that's funny.
Oh yeah, like what you saw in video was very similar to what my DMs looked like. He just went off. The whole time he's like, "Oh, you're seething, you're coping, you're this, you're that." Then he comes on here and I'm clowning on him and he's like, "Oh, why are you being so disrespectful? That really made you angry, huh?" It's like, no, I'm returning clown energy with clown energy.
Oh yeah, I can my share of those guys. Oh boy.
Oh, they're crazy. They're psychotic.
Yeah. Like throughout that entire video, I was like, we have the Sisters of Battle, and why do we need full a dedicated chapter? Can you hear me? Or not right now?
Nah, you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit, but I can.
Oh. Alright. Oh, but you heard what I said, right?
I heard a chunk of it. Yeah. Throughout you watching Templin's video, you were like, "Oh, we have Sisters of Battle, right?"
Yes, Battle and Silence. I'm like, why do we need a dedicated chapter to those?
I think that's the thing. We don't. Not only do we not need a dedicated chapter to female Space Marines, we don't need them at all. Like, every argument for female Space Marines falls flat under any basic scrutiny.
And there's also just talking about what's currently happening in the lore too.
Oh yeah, it's already kind of fucky wucky what's going on in the lore right now. We don't need a wicked lore and canon shaking thing like female Space Marines added right now. There's too much going on.
Yeah, I think right now it's Dante's ruling one side and Guilliman's ruling the other, right? Well, they're leading these both sides.
1 second. Oath Thackum. How long is the wait list right now? There's 3 people waiting right now after John, which reminds me. John, is there anything else specific you want to bring up?
No. That's probably really it.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming on, man. Much appreciated.
All right. You too. Have a good night.
Alright, I will share the stream, the Discord. By the way, keep in mind, everybody, this Discord is just the call line Discord. I use it solely for stream calls like this. I do have a 40k community server and a gaming channel server. The gaming channel server is probably the one you'll find the most links for online because it's like the more public server. It's much more restrictive rules in terms of the stuff you can post and stuff like that because it's more casual. Plus my gaming channel isn't, rarely gets into this kind of like drama and stuff, and I like to keep it that way. I like to keep it just to video games over there. So but the 40k channel is more like off the cuff, more edgy, and people are spicy over there. So if anyone wants to join that server, just let me know via chat or a DM, and I'll run by you like some questions and kind of vet you to make sure you're not gonna join a community you're not gonna really like. So anyway, I'll just share that. There we go. Okay, and like Dennis, sorry the wait was so long. How you doing? Like Dennis.
Probably help if I unmute, right?
Yeah, that'll probably help a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd you find that guy, man? Twitter?
He found me.
He found you. Well, they always do.
Oh yeah, I was in the middle of. I streamed it right before this. I DM a Cyberpunk Red campaign. For those who don't know, it's like Dungeons and Dragons but Cyberpunk. And I host a campaign for it. And during our intermission, actually it was right before the intermission of our session, I kept getting my phone kept going off, and I was like, well, that's weird. And it turns out the guy was messaging me on Instagram, and he was just sending like 30 messages, like psycho ranting about how I'm a white ring, let me read it exactly.
A right wing.
Yeah.
No, it's funny because isn't that the insinuation that is the official, I guess for him, the left-wing stance that women should all be thrown into battle?
Yeah.
Is that his official stance?
Yeah, and the thing is, did you hear? Were you here when he was? Were you here for the first part of the stream when he was on?
No, I missed like the first 8 minutes.
Okay, so during that, he was like bringing up like women in the guard and why not put them in the Space Marines, and I'm like, well. He's like, well, what's your stance on that? And I'm like, well, preferably, I thought he was asking from like a moral perspective, and I told him, well, I would prefer women not to have to fight at all. That's kind of one of the tragedies of the setting, is that everyone has to fight just to have a chance. And he's like, oh, yeah. See, that's why you're a white male sexist. And I'm like, wait, okay. If being sexist means I don't want women in danger, then call me sexist.
It is funny because the Soviets had female riflemen.
Yeah.
And they forced them into battle. So I guess it's fitting, really.
Very.
I one time my 13-year-old daughter asked me, she said, why do they say like women are better than men or men are better than women? I said, well, what do you think, Sophia? And she said, I don't really know. And I said, take a bird and a fish. I said, which one's superior? She says, I guess the bird, because it can fly. I said, well, a fish can swim underwater or can breathe underwater. She says, oh, I didn't think about that. She said, they're not really superior to each other, are they? They just have different gifts. I said, that is exactly what men and women are. They're different, but it's not a superior or, inferior. It's they have different purposes. I know that like in our modern age, we're like all out of balance and stuff, but like this guy who was yelling at you, I remember because I was a cringy teenager. I'm 42 now. But when I was a teenager, I was really, oh God. Hey there, kiddo. when I was like 16, 17, 18, by the time I was 18, I was out of it. I had gotten really into like Marx and stuff. And it's because I was a teenage loser who didn't make his own money. Moment I got a job, moment I realized how the world works, that no matter what you believe, everyone expects something out of you, I immediately left all that behind. And I never looked back because it doesn't work. It's utopian nonsense. And the idea that everybody's equal, everyone should have an equal chance, but not everybody's equal.
Yeah. And people are born with gifts that others are not born with. That is basic real world knowledge right there.
Yeah. It's and the older you get, the more you realize it. And what I've really found that's odd growing up in the 80s and 90s is that people who are in their 30s today are talking like we talked when we were dumb 15-year-olds. And they have perspectives that even at 15, we were kind of like, I kind of sound stupid. You know, and now it's like these adults that have these concepts that are just mind-boggling. And really what it is they just want to, like, they're not tourists, they're like colonists, right? A tourist goes somewhere, gets a bad idea about it, thinking, or gets their own ideas about it, and then brings that home and thinks they know everything about it, right?
Right.
But then there's the colonist who goes there and is like, you know, I like this place. I'm gonna burn down all your shit, and now I'm gonna make my own stuff here. And that's kind of what these people are like.
Kind of like a locust, if you want to use a different term. But yeah,
Yes,
colonist,
a
locust.
Yeah. Consume and move on, because once they destroy a fandom, they move on to the next. And but that's the good thing about 40K is the fandom is so big and has such a rich lore to it. Like, I got into it in 2011, and I still feel like a newcomer to it, even though I got into it in 2011.
I got into
and
it
I
in
still
2013.
Yeah, and it's like, but I know so many guys who've been into it since it was created.
Oh yeah, I've met a few now myself through my community, and it's been very reassuring to meet so many longtime fans. Like, when you're in love with something for that long, you know there's something special here, and that's why I think a lot of us want to defend it so hard. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, people do complain about Games Workshop like being like vociferous about protecting their IP, and that's because of what happened with Blizzard. I don't know if everyone knows the story about that, with how Blizzard
with StarCraft
ripped them off. Yeah. Like the whole aesthetic of their orc and everything like that. And, you know, Games Workshop didn't win the suit because they didn't protect their IP. They didn't act fast enough. And people complain about that, but GW does protect its IP, sometimes to a fault, but it does at least protect it. It does its own level of gatekeeping, which is good. I mean, if you have a hobby and you love that hobby, you need to gatekeep the hell out of it.
Exactly.
You really do. And like, go ahead.
The thing is, with the whole gatekeeping concept, it's interesting how that's evolved over the last 5 years. Because just 5 years ago, 6 years ago, people were using gatekeeping as a weapon against people's arguments to defend stuff. And now we're finally realizing that the term isn't a negative, it's actually endearing. Because if you care about something enough that you don't want it to be changed in this way, you don't want it to be altered for someone's political ideology or someone's completely asinine view that there's no canon and therefore anything is fluid and can change at a drop of a dime.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's fine.
If the lore is fluid, there is no lore.
Exactly. Like,
there's nothing. There's no story. Everything can be changed. Everything's mobile. You know, it's like saying it's a breathing constitution. It's like, no, it's not. There are things you can't change, ever. You know, and Warhammer has not changed in the past since I picked up in 2011. I went and I found like as many novels as I could at Barnes and Noble, and I got back all the way to like 2004 or something like that, with like Caiaphas Cain, and also I got the Ultramarines Omnibus. Those were the first two that I ever got, and the lore has not changed, not from what I've read, at least not significantly.
No, and I agree. Thing is, I've done my homework on this because I've had to argue with these types for a long time. This isn't even my first like controversy. I've covered this controversy like 2-3 months ago, actually almost 6 months ago now. Jeez. I covered another huge wave of argument for female Space Marines, and no, the argument, especially with the fluidity of the lore argument, it doesn't hold any ground if you actually do any amount of homework. The lore has been fairly rigid and hard since the books came out, since Horus Heresy, Horus Rising, the very first book came out, and onward. The canon has been fairly firm, and it's certainly in the broad strokes, for sure. The specificity of events is soft, but that's it. That's the only way. That's the only like stepping ground that this argument holds any weight. And again, it doesn't hold scrutiny once you look at the broader lore.
Yeah, for sure. Because you know, if you take away the foundations of what you're working with, you don't have anything left, right? So the moment that you start saying, you can start putting forth these unfalsifiable ideas, like they would say, like they were hiding the female Space Marines. I know they talked about that earlier in the chat. But if they were hiding them, how would you ever know that? Right? You've just claimed that something you're positing as like a hypothesis can't even be tested by looking through the lore. You're just saying it was a secret.
Exactly.
You know, and so it's like a derangement. It is like a derangement, because I've always thought people who like engage in a lot of like logical fallacies have to be deranged, because their mind does not connect things. There's like no logical chain of custody from one thought to the next. Like, how do you not see that this is contradictory to like what you're actually reading? Even when you look at the Templin Institute, like their claims, they're all based on like this spurious reasoning and like circular logic that they've just developed from like this internal consistency that they have in themselves. It doesn't come from it's like historical eisegesis. It's not anything they're reading in the text. It's what they're inferring into text. It's not there.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a supposition. It's them putting their viewpoint into it, and therefore, because I see it there, it's real. And that's what makes Templin Institute's video particularly bad to me. Is it? I hope to Christ that doesn't catch on, because it's such a frustrating perspective. It's already like the arguments for some of the changes that I've seen are so bad. But if we start seeing a wave of people actually pushing this idea that because I want it and because some of the lore is a little shaky here and there, I can act like it's there and you have to accept it, it's completely asinine. Ironically.
I have to believe Games Workshop, they're a very assiduous company, and I have to believe that they see through that they don't fall for like the influencer marketing bubble. I have to believe. I believe that, because for Games Workshop, they have an IP. They know what makes the money, and I don't think they're going to interfere with actual money. And they're not going to value like activism or popularity points for actual revenue. Games Workshop doesn't seem like that kind of company to me. They seem like the kind of company I can trust because they're in it for the money. And that's the kind of company you can trust, because companies that aren't in it for the money become activist companies. They start chasing money where there is none. They start making desperate moves.
Oh yeah. I think that is the one thing I've respected. Like, I have a massive amount of issues with GW, but the one area I've always had respect for GW is the fact that they are mostly honest about how they're motivated by money. I can respect that. I hate companies that try and pretend that they're more than that or they're above that.
Yeah, for real. It's really condescending when they say we're really in this for you. You know, we believe in this. I'm like, sure you do. That's why I chose to open up a concrete company, because I just love it, right? I just love it.
Oh, you love? Yeah, it's just a love of concrete. It's a smell. That's why I'm here.
The smell. It's and there are a lot of benefits to it. Yeah, but and it's made me. But I mean, it makes good money, and so that's why I do it. I wouldn't give a shit if it was, shoveling diarrhea for 14 hours a day. If it paid the same as this, I'd do it. Oh, but I mean, the problem is or it's not a problem. It's a benefit that GW operates that way, that they're not going to interfere with their bottom line anymore. And I think they're smart enough to let it pass. Remember when they put out that statement about inclusion and racism and stuff? And it was the most benign, say nothing statement of corporate doublespeak that I think I've ever seen. It was brilliantly, it didn't affirm anybody at all. And if you go back and read it, and you put it in the context of, how do I say something that is nothing? And that is what that statement is, because it really doesn't validate anybody. And then they moved on from that shitstorm, and the next thing you know, everyone's forgotten about it, and they've moved on, and they haven't changed a thing. Since then, they didn't change a thing from that, because ultimately they know what they're doing. And all these people shouting, they know what tourists are for sure. So they know that these people come in like locusts, and they, consume, and then fly off. And I don't think they're going to rebrand themselves for a temporary surge, but in the long run has detrimental effects to the money.
Oh yeah. And I really appreciate you coming on, man. This has been great, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks. I like your show.
Thank you. I hope you have a great time, and again, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. You too.
That was a good call. A good call. I need more of those. Generic, what's up, man? Welcome to the open mic.
Hello. Oh, I was just listening to the Cyberpunk and saw you changed, and I was like, "What's going on?"
Change it? No. I've been I do that session with my buds.
I know. I mean, I caught it right at the beginning. I was like, I just use the Cyberpunk for white noise, and oh dear God, what the hell?
Yeah, you were a couple people came on and mistook it for Cyberpunk 2077. No, it's the RPG.
I know it's tabletop. I know.
Yeah.
But still, it's like, listen to yourself speak. Oh, I'm here for a debate. Doesn't talk about the subject. First of all, it's not a debate. Secondly, the Sisters of Silence things, that's what pissed me off the most. They are not silent. That's why I even commented in the chat. They're not silent. They are one of the most I want to say talkative, but expressional units out there. And I am with you that, yeah, they should be an army too.
I think it's I've expressed it to a lot of like my friends and stuff, and I've gotten some like pushback on it. It's like, nah, I think they're better the way they are. Me, I think it can work, but yeah.
I think it could work as both.
Yeah,
like a linked army. Like they can work on their own or with them.
Yeah, I think that is definitely I would love to see them get their own whole line, but it's still that line can be worked with directly with Custodians, so they can still not lose that benefit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But still,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just, his whole argument literally came down to this. Oh, well, Primaris sold, so this must sell. That correlation is not causation. Just because one thing can sell doesn't mean everything will.
Also, I told him like he was looking at the sales number. He's like, "Oh, you're making shit up," and I'm like, "Oh, well, no." He wasn't acknowledging the fact that sales don't necessarily because he was talking about it initially from the perspective of, oh, the community clearly supports this because look at how much it sold. Well, you have to factor in the whale factor. A ton of people out there with a shit ton of money, but will buy this stuff up. And numbers wise, if you look at it just at the revenue being brought in, you're like, oh, so many people support this. No, it could just be a chunk of whales. The majority of the community might not buy something.
Or even power gamers. You know, remember when they came out, Space Marines had only one wound, they had two. And an AP1 bolter. That was big.
Oh, yeah.
Versus, I get one wound and nothing on the bolter. And it's a little bit shorter range. Yeah, no, I'll go to that.
Oh, real quick, I got a couple super chats I want to catch up on. Is that okay?
Perfectly fine. Your channel.
I'm gonna go in order with a couple ones I missed. Tanushi donated earlier for $5. Fluidity and arbitrariness breed passivity and disinterest, and change for its own sake in the pursuit of infinite novelty without substance. Is that a quote? By the way, that's a very fluidity and arbitrariness breed passivity and disinterest. That is a nice phrasing.
Yeah. And
change for its own sake is the pursuit of the infinite novelty without substance. Correct. Yeah, that is a solid line. Damn. And Darius, I am not going to be able to say that correctly. I apologize. Darius, Fafutaki? I feel bad if I said that incorrectly. Hey, Asma, how do we get in for a call? Alright, it's in the description, guys. I changed the link. I know at the beginning it was the wrong link, but I'll spam it in chat again. That link will lead you to the call line server. And again, the call line server is not my community server. It's where, you know, whenever I do my show, my open mic, I bring people on through here, just like Generic here, who we'll get back to. Generic, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. It's your show. But it's like, I've heard these arguments. Oh, it will sell well. Well, why? If it's going to sell so well, why don't you make your own line and sell it and see how well it sells?
Yeah. And I love 40K the way it is, but even I'm doing that.
Yeah. It's like, you can have your own canon in this universe. I think there's over like 1,000 Space Marine chapters. You can do that to bumfuck nowhere. I don't care, right? But if you try and change the main lore just because it suits how you think today, are you really a fan of the lore then? No,
they're not. They're
because
not.
you're trying to change it.
Exactly. And I love, you know, during, again, that whole nonsense with that guy, I pointed that out to him, and I pointed that out in DMs, and his response was, no, you. Like, you're not a real fan. It's like, really? Like, which one of us is trying to change it? That would be him.
True. It's like, the way I got into 40K was just listening to a friend talk about it one day.
Likewise.
Then that led me to, well, Arch's first video. And I've always been a fan more of the lore. I know I can't do hobby shit. So it's like, yeah. But when you're changing everything, it's like...
I can't say it's just the lore for me. I have so many of the minis.
Yeah.
I have 10,000 points of orcs. I've collected over a decade.
Yeah, but still. It's called... And I even admit this. While I like the lore, I know probably only a third of the lore. These guys...
I'm impressed you know a third. Like, I've
Yeah.
not memorized the broad strokes of the lore. It's when you ask me specifics that my memory starts kind of getting caved up.
Yeah, same thing. That's why I say it's a third.
Mm.
Like, oh, I know who won the first war of Armageddon. It never happened. But it's called... Why are you looking in the lore? Nothing. Oh, well, the Primaris. Primaris is an add-on. It's an expansion pack that was tacked onto Space Marines. That's it.
Yeah, and they pretty much treated it like one when it came to the lore.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they just had that blurb about like, oh, like 90+% of the chapters accepted Primaris, and they included Black Templars? I remember raging at that because it still makes me mad.
The Black Templars would be the first ones pissed off.
Yeah, because they're the religious zealots. Like this is literally goes against the religion that this Mechanicus dude just showed up and did something better than their god.
The only way they would take that is if Dawn himself came around and said, dude, you're upgrading.
Even then, I think they'd argue.
Oh, yeah, they would still argue, but it would be like...
It'd be grumbling, but it wouldn't
Yeah,
be like full-blown
it'd be angry
like,
grumbling. Yeah, it'd be angry grumbling instead of actively trying to exterminate a planet with the Codex Astartes that they've stored over the years. It's like, what the hell?
Is there something else you wanted to ask or bring up?
Not much.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just like, what? Where do these people come from?
Twitter, Tumblr, apparently Instagram.
I don't know where they come from.
Yes, that's part that's part of the book, but before the book came out and before they added that, I liked it when they added that. But before when they were first introduced, when the Primaris were first introduced to Vitality Red, they just had a short blurb that all like most chapters accepted them, including the Black Templars. Later, they then in the book corrected it with that half the Templars, rebelled and said like no, fuck this, and killed them, and then there was a bit of a civil war going on with the Templars. Yeah, they corrected it later, which I appreciated. And when they did that, I actually thanked GW. That's one of the few times I've been happy with a correction they've made. But before that came out, that's when they had this like little blurb that just said like, oh, you know, most chapters accepted them, including the Black Templars. They
and the
didn't.
flesh terrors.
Yeah, and I remember being so angry about that. But I was happy when they corrected later on that no, the Templars had the correct reaction and got pissed, but then they were kind of forced to accept it.
Yeah. Like literally, all they had to say was new mark of armor. Oh, and we've opened up the GC vault to make a whole bunch more. They didn't need to do any of this Primaris bullshit.
The thing is, like, I dislike the lore aspect of the Primaris. I don't mind the aesthetic.
Yeah, same thing. I like their armor.
Yeah, I don't. I think, you know, I understand why some people don't like it. I've heard the arguments, but like for me, the armor's fine. The aesthetic is fine. It's the lore. The lore they didn't do very good with.
Yeah.
But they fixed parts of it later, which I appreciated. Call's still a Gary Stew, though.
Yeah. The armor, literally, is called its basic. Add what you want to it. There.
Right. Thank you for coming on, Generic. Much appreciated, man. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. Grendel, welcome.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Doing all right?
Good, good.
Yeah. If I can add up on the topic of the Primaris and everything there, for me it's actually the opposite. I like the lore, but I don't like the aesthetics of it because it's too like it's like they're like more generic sci-fi look for me. I don't prefer the Horus Heresy look. Yeah, the old one.
Well, I'll give you that. The Horus Heresy look is better. I just don't think objectively that the aesthetic of them is bad. That's what I was saying.
No, I mean it's not bad, yeah, but it's
a
little bit.
I'll
different,
agree,
more
it's not.
generic for me.
It's I see that. It's just I don't think it's a bad. I heard people when Primaris were announced and they showcased the minis, people were saying the models looked ugly. I just don't agree with that take. I think a lot of people were angry with the lore and let that carry over to the aesthetic. I'll agree that they look generic, but I don't think they look bad. There's a difference between thinking they're nothing special and thinking that they're like actually bad or ugly or just a bad design. Like I don't agree with that take.
Absolutely, they're not ugly in any way, I mean, or bad, but it's just more generic of a sci-fi look to them, which is, I guess, it's more appeasing for a lot of newcomers as well, because that was the point of GW, I guess. I mean, when they created such an armor.
Patent copyright.
In some way, actually, they look like the Nanosuit 2 from Crysis. So it's something of a similar look to it. But yeah, in regards to the Templin Institute guy that joined in earlier, I mean that was obnoxious to listen to, and yeah, that's actually a summary of a woke tourist 40k fan that just passes by, in my opinion. Yeah.
And he hunted me down in my DMs.
Yeah, I mean, just when you listen to him and bring up topics like female space marines and not even having the audacity to try and understand the actual lore of 40k, those are people that don't care about the lore. They don't care about the universe of 40k and what it stands for and why it is that it is. I mean, it pisses me even more when they just ignore the female space marines, which are the sisters of battle that we have. And as Omnicross mentioned in chat earlier, literally they were created after Rogue Trader because GW foresaw back then, decades ago, that at some point people will ask for this shit. So yeah. And so they naturally evolved into their own thing, which is actually great. But that guy, as all of those tourists in 40k, is just devoid of any logic in any way, in my opinion. And yeah, I'm not really sure what his agenda is. Does he represent some kind of a women player majority that needs to have a specially model they're collecting that is called Female Space Marine? No, because there is no such group in the hobby.
No, there's not. And the group, as it is, with my interaction it seems that the central birthplace of a lot of this, every time it comes around, every time the argument is reignited, it either starts on Reddit or Twitter. And in both places, most people admit that are arguing for it, admit that they're men. But in my last open mic, for example, I had one of my friends in the community, her name's Havor. She likes to roleplay a Dreadnought in like Twitter and places like that for fun. And she's a fan of the lore, and she likes the Space Wolves. She's a female member of the community, and she goes after these guys when they try and bring up the female Space Marine argument harder than I do. She's like, bullshit, they don't need to add female Space Marines. And you can tell that these people really don't even believe in their own agenda, because I've seen them call her everything from a birther. I've seen them call her what is that called? There's this term like when you're abused to the point where Stockholm syndrome. They call her Stockholm. I've seen them call her some sexist
because she's
terms.
Around men. Oh, she's around men, and that's why she's having the Stockholm syndrome, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, apparently.
Wow.
They turn on you so quick. They turn hard on you, especially if you're part of the group they're quote unquote fighting for. So it's been pretty ugly to see that sometimes.
Well, I was browsing around the topics, the discussions in Steam for Dark Tide, the game, and there was like a topic at the very top of the list of discussions. Why is there no female Ogryns that you can select to play with in Dark Tide? Which is,
I mean, as far as I know, to be fair, this is where I probably have some weak knowledge in the lore. But as far as I can think of, there aren't any female Ogryn in the sense of combatants.
Yeah, I mean, why should there be a female Ogryn that you can choose?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't get the logic. Why?
Yeah, I don't see the logic of it, and I don't think there's any precedent in the lore of it. I mean, logically, there is female Ogryn, I'm pretty sure, but they're not combatants as far as I know.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't touched upon in detail in lore perspective, as far as I know. I haven't read much about it, but when playing Dark Tide, this would be the last thing that I can think of is asking about a female Ogryn. What the fuck?
It's a big hulking hulk of flesh.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah. So yeah, really enjoyed your talk with that person that joined. It was something, yeah. So cheers up on that one, and thanks for including me into the chat here.
No problem. Glad to have you on. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Alright. Is it Oath Thackum?
That is me. Yes. Hello.
Okay. Welcome. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm just here because of the sorry, this is kind of new for me. But anyway, I just want to express disappointment at the Templin Institute, and I just don't understand why they went this way.
To be honest, looking at all the contextual evidence, it's desperation for views.
Okay, I just always felt it was out of left field for how they did that.
Oh yeah, they probably always thought stuff along these lines, but they knew it was an inflammatory topic in the community, so they were really trying to get views. At the end of the day, I think that's the main motivator. I don't necessarily think that doesn't mean that the Templin Institute isn't actually supportive of these ideas. I think it's both. I think they always have held this view, but they didn't pull it out and go in as aggressive before because they didn't want the backlash before, but now the backlash is just, it's more money on the table, it's more views, it's more support.
I just never really understood the how do you even make money that way to begin with? I wonder.
In the long term, they don't. I mean, they got a good chunk of views on that video. I think it's at 160K now views. But long term, they just lost 6,000 subscribers and counting. The number's still dropping. The dislikes on the video are pretty clear that they're getting absolutely lambasted by the majority of the community, which is ironic considering they claimed it was the minority that disagreed with them. But regardless, they're getting raked through the coals, and I think they really didn't think through the long-term part of it. They were just desperate for any quick views they can get.
Okay, I've always it's just surprising to me. That is pretty much the best way I could describe it.
Oh yeah, it surprised me too, especially with the lack of foresight.
Oh yeah. I just always wonder why so many keep going this way, even though most of the information I get for things like this I get from Eric July. He's the creator of the comic Isom.
Oh yeah, I have that comic.
I do too. It's great.
Mm-hmm. I enjoyed the comic. It was actually very good.
Yeah, I just really they always give so many excuses for the reasons that why they do these things, like things are popular so they need to change. And even though the reality is that isn't true, and it's never been true, and usually they like to hide the numbers is the best way to describe it, considering how Western comics are being viewed by manga and stuff. Along with the whole thing of the failure of the AAA industry as it's how it is right now.
Yeah, the growing issue, and the thing is, a lot of people in Hollywood, as well as the AAA video game industry, as well as, unfortunately, some of the heads of tabletop gaming, not thankfully seemingly GW yet, or even the heads of BattleTech, but the heads of a lot of these creative endeavors are unfortunately far too willing to cave to political ideology, even though
lots of activists.
Yeah, to activists, left and right, kind of coming in and telling them how to run their own shit. Which is ridiculous, but they've been caving to that a lot because they think it'll get them more support, when in fact it's doing the opposite. And, yeah, they're getting their butts handed to them by foreign presses and foreign medias because they're simply not doing the same thing. I mean, you're right, anime and manga are far more entertaining than modern-day comics and modern-day Western animations and cartoons.
Only caveats, I guess, is the fact that because of the affiliate West, that means there's a lot of open market space, especially for me as a creative.
Oh yeah, the same.
Yes.
I mean, I'm currently right now. I have some issues with GW, like I mentioned earlier. I don't. Well, I would say I borderline hate the company for certain things. I love them for their creation and continued support for 40K, but I do hate GW for specific things. I'm not going to go on a diatribe about it right now, but because of that, and because I've always wanted to do it myself, I'm currently developing my own tabletop war game and my own grimdark sci-fi universe. If anyone's wants to look into that, by the way, on the channel, look for anything Warglaive Gothic related. I even made a channel related to it, but unfortunately, most of the Warglaive stuff I still end up doing on this channel. So hopefully I'll get back to doing it on its own dedicated channel at some point. But for right now, if anyone's curious about that, the miniature designs or anything like that, I've been working on those, and the lore. I've been writing a book. Feel free to look that up. And I've worked very hard on it, and hopefully when it's ready to go, people will be excited for it. I will make this absolutely clear. What I'm developing is not intended to be a replacement for 40K, nor am I trying to bring down 40K. First of all, if I went in with that goal, I was never gonna achieve it. I just wanted to create my own thing that I think is really cool, and I like having creative control of it and creating my own universe. So I mean, it's a passion of love, not a passion of hatred. Passion.
I'll be looking forward to it. Personally, I'm kind of more of a fan of alternate history, which is why I've been working on my own project, which really hasn't I don't have anything out at the moment, but I do have a lot of stuff written about. It's called Beyond Vinland. It's basically the idea for the first part is to create a Caribbean Viking simulator.
Ooh, Caribbean Viking.
Which I guess the best comparison would be sort of like a mix between Tropico and King of Dragon Pass.
Nice.
Where you're basically managing a island settlement of Vikings in the Caribbean, along with the exploration of how things changed due to the colony of Vinland surviving and its effects across the world. And that's pretty much it, I suppose.
All history can actually be a lot harder to do sometimes because, if you're doing something like wholesale fiction, like I'm doing, I get to write it from the ground up, and I don't have to be too reliant on like a prehistory. I do have one regardless, and I think it's good to have one regardless. But you with alt history though, you're very reliant on what the original was, and then making changes that logically would work with the alternate history. So
yeah, I'm actually very grateful that I know so many actual historians or like people who are fans of history who like sort of make it easier. Plus, when it comes to like the creative freedoms of it, it's like so long as I like know the broad things that like would change, like how different everything would be if like the New World entered the Iron Age via Iceland, along with Iceland sailing Chile to the Old World, resulting in the Portuguese sailing west because there's no Ottomans in the way. So because of that side, there's like lots of interesting things I could do with the creative freedom available, like religious syncretism between the Norse and Inuits, or an esoteric wolf cult that believes Fenrir and Zolado are the same god because both of them are like brothers of snakes.
Alright.
Which for some reason happen to two religions on opposite sides of the world. But yeah,
I'm sorry. I do gotta cut you off. There's a lot of people waiting. But I would like to, let you go ahead and if you want to share more about it in like the text chats or general chat and write it down, I think that'd be cool, and I think other people would be interested to check it out there. But
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on, man. Thank you.
It's off the comment. Thank you, and have a great day.
Have a good one. All right, Wheezy Pillar, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, it's going pretty good.
Doing well. So, sorry, I've seen your channel maybe twice, and all of it has to do with this whole Templin Institute debacle that's going on. But, if you're anything like me, it feels like this is a subject that's been beat to death for the past 2 years.
It has been beat to death for the last 2 years, and I genuinely speaking, I'm enjoying. Sometimes I struggle with like two feelings about this topic, because I enjoy the argument sometimes just because it's very satisfying to go up against someone in a battle of wits when they've already walked into a wall with what they're dealing with, and me, I'm just have a revolving door of the same arguments that I can continue to go back to that completely debunk all their shit. But at the same time, I
completely agree.
Yeah, well, at the same time, it's also exhausting, because I would love to do like a conversation about something actually engaging or expansive with 40K or with the community or with the setting, something positive that feels just as satisfying to talk about than talking about these guys with their absolute nonsense.
Yeah, and I never even touched on the discussion of the whole female Marine argument on my own channel until this time, even though it's been happening for years. And I think what made this one different is that there was this highlight on the fact that if you don't agree with me, then you're a misogynist.
Oh yeah. And it's ongoing with how often that keeps getting used.
Oh yeah, and it's the same straw man arguments.
Oh yeah.
But, trying to touch on everything, like you said, it's always the same responses to what they're saying. It just boils down to I want this thing because you have it. Even though you can point to 100 other examples of where the representation or the ideals or whatever thing it is that they want in order to make this more quote-unquote inclusive already exists.
Oh yeah. Again, at this point, I have a set of sticky notes in a book. It's literally just, okay, which argument to use today to debunk with this argument. I'll give Templin Institute this. This is only the second time I've heard someone try and use the "there is no canon" excuse for female Space Marines. Because the first time was just some rando on the internet. And most of the time when people are arguing the female Space Marine thing, right? It's coming from the perspective of, oh, well, we have Primaris now, so they could do it through that. Okay, I could debunk that pretty easily. why would it be more possible for women to do something with a more complicated process of the process they couldn't survive before? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Or the arguments of Fabius Bile and with chaos magics. Well, Fabius Bile's not even interested in expanding more Space Marines. He wants to do something else. So again, doesn't make a lot of sense why he would just magically want to go back to that research topic. So it's this repeating argument again and again and again and again. And it's funny, but it's exhausting.
Yeah, absolutely. And, going to the Fabius Bile example, for anybody that's read all 3 of the books, it's his whole idea was to create this perfect human. And he started with a transhuman female.
Lee,
and then
real quick, I sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Lee, I know you've probably missed a lot of the conversation and the debate, but that isn't overlooked. It's not canon. The thing to understand, Lee, and I know you're newer to the community, but everything before the first Horus Heresy book came out is considered non-canon. Proto 40k, so to speak. Rogue Trader is not 40k. Everything, like the female Space Marines that existed at that time, all of the lore at that time even, all of it is decanonized by both the community and effectively by GW because they've written completely over it since. So it's not that it's overlooked, it's a non-factor. It's not about overlooking it. If you bring it up, it's a disingenuous argument. It's the equivalent of bringing up in our what's a good example? It's a good example of trying to bring up the sketches of the Xenomorphs before the first movie came out. The very first, I think it was Geiger was the artist. The very first sketches he ever had of the alien, of the Xenomorph, right? And saying, oh, well, what about this? He designed this. Well, that wasn't the final product. That wasn't what they put in the movie. That's not the design they went with. So why would you bring it up? It's a non-factor. And to bring it up is disingenuous. So anyway, go ahead, Weezy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. In fact, my favorite description of Rogue Trader came from Arch when he said that Rogue Trader was like the North American version of GW of throw something at the wall and see what sticks.
Exactly. It's exactly what Rogue Trader was, and very much what second edition was in many ways too. A lot of what was done in first edition Rogue Trader and second edition 40k was let me throw something at the wall. Does the community like it? Cool. We'll run with it. Does the community not like it? Damn. Let's throw it out. They didn't have a firm idea until about the fourth edition mostly.
Yeah, and even the minis that they did put out for Rogue Trader for what were, the quote-unquote examples of female Space Marines that everybody keeps using were awful.
Oh, yeah,
those aren't exactly the best examples to point to.
Exactly. They were horrid. Oh, did I lose you?
Oh, no, I'm still here. Sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. You went dead silent. I was like, oh, shoot. Did I lose connection?
Yeah, that's my Discord settings are all over the place because I hardly ever use Discord anymore.
Ah, yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, I like the fact that recently there have been able to be these well thought out arguments from all these so-called gatekeepers as to why we don't need female Space Marines, and the fact that people keep pushing back against that whole misogynist, istophobe, racist strawman argument that people keep using, because it's not true.
Yeah, it's just buzzwords. They like to pull it out because they have nothing else. It's when you can't win the logical argument because they're not really running on one. What's left with you? Well, how do you bring down your opponent? Oh, you attack their character. That's always the tactic in debates, in any debate. Like the debate I had with the guy I brought on. To be fair, I didn't even look at it as a debate because the guy, again, in my DMs was going off on me. So when I brought him on here, it was purely to goof on him because he was crazy. But you saw what happened when I, challenged or I answered certain questions he had in a certain way, like with the female guard comment. He asked me a question about like female guard and stuff like that, and I said, well, if it were up to me, I wouldn't even have the female guard in the military. That wasn't from a perspective of like the hobby, like, oh, women not be allowed, ew. It was from the concept of the lore. It's like it's unfortunate that women have to fight too. It's unfortunate that men have to fight to begin with as well, but it's also sad that the women have to fight. And like in an in-universe sense, wouldn't you want less people to have to fight, to have to go through that misery and that suffering? It's the same idea with the Space Marine change. It's not, men only survive by like 1%. So why would you want more people to have to go through that meat grinder of death?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the whole thing about the 40K setting is that it's not supposed to be this utopian ideal of what the future looks like. It's, you know, it's desolate and awful.
Yeah,
you know, nobody is.
What's that long-running joke in the community? Like there's this long-running meme in the community where like, oh, anime fans, oh, I wish I could go to Konoha or whatever the ninja village is called in Naruto. I wish I could go there. Like Harry Potter fans, I wish I could go to Hogwarts. 40K fans, yeah, I'm good here. Yeah, I don't want to go.
Yeah, you know, I'm not exactly trying to be a Space Marine out here, you know, as much as you have people running around in Harry Potter garb.
Oh yeah, it's a different kind of community and a different kind of setting. That's for sure.
But you know, again, like I said, it's good to see that, you know, more and more people are pushing back against this, like as you call them, buzzwords for people that are fans of the lore, fans of the setting, fans of the community. You know, a lot of the people that I've met that are self-described gatekeepers are really great people that just care about the existing setting and don't want people changing things for the sake of changing them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, it's very much personified in this Templin Institute stuff. Because when the initial stuff was happening on Twitter, and he was saying he was going to make a video about it, and when the video launched, though I fought against it and pushed back on it, because I always do when I see people doing this stuff to the community and to the hobby, and they're trying to push these agendas and stuff through our community when we should just be all talking and having fun about the lore. But when all that was going down, the thought in my head was like, okay, there's going to be some pushback, but his community will completely drown out the dislikes on the video with likes. His subscriber count might go down by a couple hundred, but he'll be fine. You know, the backlash will go away like nothing because he's a massive channel with a massive support group. But lo and behold, not only on Twitter were people going after him, which is the one platform other than Reddit that I typically don't think there's any kind of pushback against statements like his, especially when they're shrouded again around this notion about inclusivity and like they pull out the political stuff. You don't tend to see as much backlash. But within, like, I went to bed that night, woke up, and lo and behold, the dislikes were double what the likes were in the video. He had lost 6,000 subscribers, and virtually nobody on Twitter was supporting this idea. And I think part of it is definitely because the avenue in which he chose to make the argument was so just unappealing to every side of the coin. If you're even a remote fan of 40K, if someone, let's say you're even pro Femmarine, right? The one avenue or one argument that people rarely use because so many people universally hate it is that argument of no lore. Well, there's no canon, therefore we can do whatever we want. And people hate that, and understandably so, because if there's no canon, there's no lore. There's no setting. There's nothing. What is tying all of these cool things together? Well, if there's nothing, then why are we here? Why are we invested in this thing? If it's just a shamble of random ideas that can change at the drop of a hat, why get invested if tomorrow everything I love gets written over?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this whole idea of retconning things and, well, who's to say that we can't change it in the future? Yeah, that's very possible. But the fact of the matter remains that they haven't done it. They haven't made any thoughts of doing it known. And until it happens, you know, the argument is null and void.
Yeah, exactly. I think the reason they keep bringing it up is they're just hoping GW will see it and think that there is an actual genuine amount of the community that want this, when it's the minority.
Oh, right, yeah. And you know, these people that are the loudest will make it seem like they're the majority when it's absolutely wrong. They are nowhere near the majority.
Correct. All right. Weezy, thank you
But,
so much for coming
yeah.
on. Is there anything else you want to say before you go, by the way?
No, thanks for having me, and hopefully we can get back to the argument of Magnus did nothing wrong.
That'll be a stream in and of itself. All right. Have a good one, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Actually, real quick, guys, let me get some water. I'm not gonna end the stream quite yet, but I need some water because I have been talking. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. My throat's gonna dry out. Ooh, sorry about that. All right. Hi, Cindy. All right. Okay, sorry about that, and boom. All right, Darius, welcome. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. These discussions have been very refreshing, especially after that nonsense.
Yeah, the only reason I've been paying attention to this whole debacle is because I was originally watching Templin Institute's videos, and he never came across to me as if he would take this position because I thought he was such a, lore enthusiast, or at least, a little more ironclad to the rigidity of it. But I guess he proved himself not to be.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Weezy Pillar, for the super chat, man. Thank you. Thanks for the chat, bud. Best wishes. Likewise. But yeah. The reason you want to know the reason for that, bud?
Sure. Go ahead.
Because in all of his previous videos, they're all copy and pasted from the fan wikis. So the reason it came off like he was an actual fan is because he was reading off of actual fans' writing.
I definitely understand that. It does sound that way a lot of the time, so, it wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, I don't necessarily look down on him for that. I definitely look down on him for his actual take with that video and with the tweets.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, you're trying to pump content, you're trying to quote, and it's better to, and I think he probably at one point realized, it's probably better just to quote the lore itself than to impose my, interpretation on it and talk like pretend like I know what I'm talking about. But then he goes and does it.
Yeah. And the thing is, yeah, I don't look down on anybody for doing that stuff. I don't necessarily look up to him for it. Like I think
I just think they're different approaches.
Yeah, I think it's a different approach. Like for example, with my lore series, I do comedic summaries. I'm looking into doing long form lore later, but right now, my main lore on this channel is the 40K in a Nutshell series, and each one is a comedic brief summary of lore, and I don't go as far comedic as TTS where I'm full parody. I'm still giving the lore and the information of it, but I just do it with some jokes and some lighthearted stuff and in more crass summaries. But for me, I will put my lore videos above his in the sense, not necessarily of quality, I think that's debatable, but I will put it above it in terms of personal touch. Because I actually write those videos, I write the scripts wholesale from my own stuff and from my own readings and my own research and my own time absorbing the lore as a fan. I don't copy and paste anything from the wikis or from that stuff. Like, I look at the wiki sometimes if I want to clarify something real quick rather than go all the way back to the book. But I never copy and paste. It's just I do the jokes, I do my own stuff, and I compact it in, and I put in my own opinions and my own takes. And I will say content like that, not just mine. Other lore channels do that as well, like Voldemort. Voldemort very much does his own scripts, and you can really tell throughout those videos that he does. Those, I think, are better for lore for people to get into if you're going to go through a YouTuber or go through a content creator, because it's personal touch. It's done with their own hands. And I think that that feels more like one fan to another, rather than what Templin Institute has always done, which is more, this is a document that you can read off of, or you can take from. It's impersonal.
Right. I think the biggest part of that is distinguishing between the two. I think there's part of it where, so like you take a comedic aspect to it. Of course you're going to take a piece of the lore and you might exaggerate this or that, or push this a little further than it really actually was. And, for effect. But there's a total difference between complete and utter counter misinterpretation. Those are two completely different things.
Absolutely.
Now, there's personal touch that helps inform you, but may stretch here and there. And then there's just like outright misleading people.
Correct. Which is definitely what I think the Templin Institute did with this latest
Definitely.
stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting ride, and I definitely think at this point it's probably wrapped up, like after today. And as it is, I thought I was wrapped up after my video, but then again I got these crazy messages from this psycho.
Yeah, why this? Yeah, that's what was my first thing I said when I got into the lobby is to okay, this is psycho behavior. That's really out of pocket. I have no idea where this came from because I used to watch his content very much. So it was really strange, real strange. And then I see the guy Arch, who people had tried to claim he was like using slurs and stuff in the past, and I'm like, oh wow, he's coming out the good guy on this. Whether I know about the situation or not doesn't really matter. It's just that he's notorious, and then he's like just blatantly making obviously more sense and just killing this guy in his argument.
Oh yeah, and the thing
that makes you even look double bad.
It does, but for me, Arch, like I've spoken with Arch before. Arch is posted some of my content on his channel before. I've actually gotten to know him more than just through his notorious reputation. And I'll tell you this, Arch sometimes goes a little far with like a joke or two here and there, but I don't. Just so you know, and I'll say this to anybody here, Arch is not a bad person. He's at the worst he's ever done is be a little spicy and too political. And
I'm sure he's no spicier than a movie from 12 years ago, 15 years ago. So
yeah,
that's nothing.
Yeah.
I may be 25, but I remember how things used to be. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. He's. I think the best way to look at Arch is he's old school internet.
Yeah, he's from my time, and probably even earlier, really. But yeah, I remember. Yeah, if the internet was too hot, if the kitchen's too hot, gotta get out. And we're so far removed from that to the point where that mentality is now just infected everything. And then even worse than that, we get random, uninformed, ignorant shills running into fandoms and pushing things like this even further.
Oh yeah,
and then want to go on block walls like the Templin randomly did, recently. It's just, come on, guys.
Yeah.
What are your real intentions here?
The real intentions are very transparent. It's not about the hobby.
Very.
It's not about the community. It's not about an actual objective improvement of the hobby or any of these things that they claim. It's about influencing people through their media. It's about pushing a message because I covered it and it's been brought up a couple times during this stream. But again, it's this idea that, and you can see it in the way that guy that I brought on today talked to me. He told me, even though I told him directly I wasn't, he kept telling me, oh, you are an activist, you are this thing. He was projecting all this stuff onto me simply because I didn't agree with him. And it's because to them, everything is political. He said it himself. Everything is political.
Ugh.
But their idea
Can't
of politics...
stand the everything is political type.
Yeah, well, the thing is that their idea of politics is wrong. They're technically right in the sense that there are political themes in all entertainment, but it's not themes... Their idea of politics is propaganda. It's telling you what to think.
Exactly.
Telling you what is right and what is wrong. That is not what
telling,
politics...
not...
Yeah,
exactly.
It's
Telling, not providing a conversation, but just being like, this is the side. This is the right one.
Exactly. I think Star Trek is probably the best example of how that's shifted over the years. Because remember the Star Trek we had with like the original series, but even the Next Generation, which is my favorite. or Deep Space Nine.
I actually
or
have
Voyager.
zero experience with Star Trek, but I'll take your word for it and a lot of other people's word for it because I've seen an episode or two randomly, and it's like, oh wow, this is the thinking man's sci-fi.
It
I
very
appreciate
much
it for
is.
it.
My dad was a Trekkie, so I grew up from the age of 5 to now, grow on Star Trek. But I can tell you this, Star Trek back in the day, back in the 90s in particular, it was a show that was very political, but it wasn't the modern day idea of politics. Every episode introduced an idea, a political idea. It always introduced these concepts. Like there's an episode in Star Trek Voyager. I know Voyager's not everybody's favorite. I enjoyed it. But in Star Trek Voyager, there's an episode where the Voyager crew have to take on another crew because their ship blew up. They're prisoners. So they set up a cargo bay to hold their prisoners and kind of, have a prison deck. Because as they transport them, and throughout the episode, the political idea of false accusations leading to imprisonment and stuff like that and guilt, it presented these ideas. But what I liked about that episode is by the end, the whole episode, they position one of the prisoners to look innocent, and the reason he was put in was because of his race, and it brings up that topic. But unlike modern media, which it would tell you, oh yeah, he was totally innocent, and anybody who thought he was wrong is horrible or evil. They make one side totally bad and the other side totally good. Instead, what the episode does is at the end of the episode, it's not fully revealed whether he was guilty or not, truly, but the impression of his guilt is definitely stained in because he tricked Neelix, the character he was sharing his story with. He tricked him into sending a message to his friends, and his friends attacked their ship to try and bust him out. So at the end, episode ends with this vague notion of, okay, was he a bad guy that just lied to Neelix the whole episode and was trying to play that card of being this guilty party, or was he actually innocent, but he was so desperate to get out, he was willing to use Neelix to break out, and he didn't see another option. And I kind of like that. It leaves the viewer with the ability to come out with their own conclusion. And that's how politics should be put into media. It's not telling you what to think, but it's giving you a platform off of which to have the conversation.
Exactly, and it ties into your conversation earlier that I can't remember the name of the person who brought it up, but it was earlier on in the stream when they brought up the idea of the town not being the objective good guys, and that misconception and the misconception around somebody around here has to be the good guys. Kinda.
No.
I mean, in my opinion, humanity, the Imperium, is the good guys because, it's our survival and all we can do is fight for ourselves. Everybody else fights for themselves. So we have to do the same.
You're right and you're wrong. You're right from humanity's perspective. And that's the beauty of the setting.
Yeah.
Everyone is evil and everyone is good from everyone else's perspective. The Drukhari, we typically use them as an example of one of the most objectively evil of the factions, right? But then you look at it from their perspective. Why are they capturing races to torture and mutilate and other words I can't say on YouTube? Why, they're doing it for a reason. Yeah, they're going a little above and beyond, but they're doing it for the reason of survival. Because they don't want Slaanesh to eat their souls and to erase them from existence. So they do these horrible evil acts to satiate Slaanesh.
Yeah, so everyone is often forced to make, the hardest and cruelest and most costly often of decisions in the 40k universe because really we can't be each other's friend. As much as we may really try to be, or for brief moments, the orcs get along from time to time, but nobody's getting along with the Tyranids, and nobody ever gets along with Chaos. No matter, I don't care how much Chaos propaganda you might want to suck on from Abaddon or Karn or whoever, nobody actually enjoys that shit. And nobody really enjoys the Imperium either, but it's all you've got. You can either join the worst people, or you can join the people who are not as bad.
Exactly.
But no, there's no good guys, because the situation can't just afford them. They just can't exist.
Yeah,
or they die.
And that's exactly the nature of the setting, and that's why it's so strange when non-fans of 40k come in and say, oh, we should have this good thing or for this acceptance or this representation, they're kind of almost missing the point of 40k. This is not a utopian story where everyone gets a happy ending and everyone's in the best position they can be in. Everyone's kind of in the worst position they can be in, but it's still best for what they have to deal with.
Yeah, as best as you can. I mean, that's really all you can do. And of course, you know, where 40k really gets the most interesting is when this concept that we've discussed, you know, this essentially fundamental truth of the setting, gets bent as much as possible before breaking. So like Dante getting approached, you know, passively by the Necrons who were openly wanting an alliance with him against the Tyranids. That shit does not happen often. You cannot just randomly, oh, I, you know, helped a couple Eldar and now the entire craft world is going to be loyal and help us out and we need them. It does not work that way. It's typically out of convenience or mutual benefit or long-term, very complex relationship building. Yeah. You know, so even if we work together temporarily, I doubt there's ever going to be a permanent alliance between, you know, the Imperium and Eldar. Maybe it's possible. I actually would like to see something like that happen. I think it would be refreshing for Chaos Tyranids or something to be so scary that we actually can't afford to fight anymore, and that unity is our last option.
I would say
I would almost like to see that.
For me, if the setting ever did come to the point where GW had to, like, lore-wise, I hope they never end the game support for the game, but if lore-wise they came to this, they finally decided to do, like, the final days equivalent of 40k, but not in the sense where they're restarting the setting, but in the sense of wrapping up the lore and kind of, like, leaving it to the community for how we, like, look at the lore after that, and they're kind of more or less just walking away. If they did do, like, a big wrap-up, like the final days, I think it would be cool if it all ended with all the Primarchs coming back, the full force of the Imperium is at its absolute strongest. It's been since the Horus Heresy, and it's like one final siege on the Eye of Terra, because there's, I don't know, there's many ideas I could present forth, but let's just say a threat of some kind where at this point they either have to find some way to permanently close the Eye of Terra, or they're looking at the end of not only the Imperium, but existence itself. And I think it'd be cool if they were supported by the Eldari. And maybe in a very weird, roundabout way, the Orcs, maybe not actually directly supporting them, but the Orcs get in on the action and inadvertently help them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they are not doing well after Octarius. Now that we're seeing the conclusion of that conflict, so many clans are running scared and just broken up and just eaten alive that I would not be surprised if the broken remnants came to the Imperium and several, you know, war bosses are just outright too just traumatized to even, like, consider winning against them. We thought the conflict was a lot more 50-50, but I guess the Tyranids have just outlasted and out-adapted them. And so now they're kind of kicked down to one of their smallest, weakest states. The Eldar are forever dwindling. I mean, they have a hope with Yanid. You know, the Tau. Nobody's really looking to help the Tau except for the Imperium, the Eldar, and maybe the Orcs if they're reasonable. But the Tau are just, you know, waiting to be abused more if they don't work along with us, but they're not really getting along. And then now we have the Votan to worry about too.
Oh yeah, the Votan. I'm actually very curious where that's going to go going forward. But yeah, I guess, you know, there's still people waiting. So overall, is that everything you want to say, man?
Pretty much, yeah. I think the situation's, in summary, I guess the situation's crazy. I'm a little disappointed in Templin. No, more than a little disappointed in Templin for how he's behaved. I think the reaction to it is very justified. I think changing canon inevitably allows for the ruin of canon. And if you want your canon to be fluid, stay in the fan art or fan theory community and stay out of the canon and just make your own stuff.
Yeah.
If it doesn't belong to you.
Yeah, and if you do that, the community will actually support you. What a crazy idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? What a crazy idea.
Thank you so much for coming on, man. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Stefan Nizek. I hope I said that correctly. Thank you for super chat. Thank you. Let's see. 40k noob here, but I have a question. I thought Cadia was destroyed, yet I still see GW art of Cadian troops. Explanation. Okay, so Cadia was destroyed, but Cadia when Acadia was under siege. Keep in mind, it also was regularly under siege because it's right by the Eye of Terra. There are several Cadian regiments that aren't on World. And that goes for all Imperial Guard regiments. Like, for example, Krieg. Let me wait for the alert to go by. For example, Krieg. Let's say Krieg, its planet was destroyed. The Krieg planet was completely destroyed. There'd still be Krieg units all across the Imperium, because their regiments aren't restricted to their home world. So the reason there are still Cadians. Oh my god. The reason there are still Cadians in the universe and still artwork of them is because actually a good chunk of their regiments were not on Cadia. I think the majority were of Cadians were on Cadia before it fell, but not all of them, and that's why there's still quite a few of them off-world. Additionally, some regiments are called Cadian regiments, but they're not Cadian-born, if that makes sense. What that means is they were basically trained by a Cadian upper rank. Like, their regiment was structured and put together by a Cadian, and therefore they would be considered a Cadian regiment or Cadian deployment. But the members of it might majorly be from a different world. So it's that's the case we're looking at here. That's why you still see artwork and people of Cadia out in the universe of 40k. They weren't all killed. Like appreciated Canadians a Templin. He probably he might actually. All right, let me bring on the next guy. Rust Crush, Gilly Guy. What's up? Welcome.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. So, one of the things I've been thinking about is that they do a bad job of justifying why the lore should become the way they want it to be. You know, it's just because inside the lore, there's like this kind of thread of going on between you got the Emperor, the Primarchs, and the Space Marines, and they kind of inherit this power from like sort of a father figure, and then they use it to carve out a space for themselves in the galaxy, and that's like a very masculine thing, you know, a kind of story. So I think it would hurt the lore to have female Space Marines, you know.
Okay, so so just so I'm making sure I'm not misunderstanding you, you're coming at it from the perspective of for the argument of against female Space Marines, it's more like well, the Space Marines are more like a masculine group, and thus they kind of cater to men in the community, and changing them to add women in would kind of ruin a little bit of that identity. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, well, you know, it's like this very ancient idea of like the father passing something on to the son, you know.
Right.
You know, and you look at like the Adeptus Sororitas and Sisters of Silence, they represent a very feminine idea, which is like this kind of idea of purity, and it's all very medieval, but it fits in the 40k setting for that reason. You know?
Yeah, because it's gothic. It fits that grimdark aesthetic of the Imperium. And just to kind of hit on that point, I do actually support that kind of that notion, because the thing is, when it comes to talking about like the diversity or the things in 40k that bring people in, there's kind of something for everybody, right? If you're looking to have like a girls group, like let's say a girl gets in the community, she's looking for a girls kind of army to feel kind of like attached to them through that kind of surface level thing, but it's a good introductory and more like immediate connection thing. Sometimes we automatically do that. Like boys, like when they look at like toys and stuff like that or media, they like to see like men being strong and tough and stuff, and it's like it's a surface level thing. And then as you get to know the character or get to know that given media, you get to know the more important details through that surface level stuff. And
Yeah.
if anything, all of those deeper things you learn about them or learn about this thing are enhanced because you can relate to it as you're a boy or you're a girl. And in 40K, especially since we have the Sisters of Battle, the Sisters of Silence, the Custodes, and the Astartes, if you are the type of person that really wants like a one-gender army and stuff like that, you have those armies to look at. And with those, there's still plenty of diversity in other ways, like the colorations or the battle tactics or the stratagems or the themes of the army. Like you have Space Wolves for Vikings, or you got Roman Empire style for the Ultramarines, or you have more of a I would argue like a Greek aesthetic almost with some of the Rogul, the Imperial Fists, and you have like knights, like crusading knights with the Black Templars, etc. And
Yeah.
and
like they're not all like people, you know. Like you got the orcs, you got the Tyranids. Right. You can do like
exactly.
You got the chaos spawns if that tickles your.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna get to is, and if you're not looking for like that specific thing, it caters to other things. Like if you're looking for a mixed army that you don't really care about the gender or anything like that, or what's the mix of, you just want something to throw at the enemy. You got the Imperial Guard. If you're looking for monsters and monstrous evil shit, you got demons of every variety you can pull from. If you're looking for Marines but kind of monstrousy, you got the Chaos Marines. Like there's literally something for every flavor. And the best part is, once you enter the community, you're not restricted to just one. The only thing that restricts you is your wallet.
Yeah. Well, and it's one of those things. Is like there's like this idea that they have to be like you, but it's like, you know, I'm not an 8 foot tall, fully armored Space Marine that has like, you know, 100 years of combat experience. Exactly. So, you know, I'm not a creature that was spawned by a hive mind to eat someone's face, you know. So
I might have been. I haven't practiced it, so if I was, I'm a failure. Is there anything else you want to bring up, man?
I feel like that's it. Yeah, because it's kind of like they got so caught up in this idea of like, you know, trying to justify why we can do it, which they do a bad job at, but they don't think about why we should do it. Is kind of the point, you know, that I wanted to bring up.
That kind of reminds me of that quote from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I can't remember it verbatim, so I won't try and quote it. But I think we all know the quote.
Yeah.
All right, but thank you for coming on, man. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Have a good one. All right, is it Nikto or Nikto?
I've heard it pronounced both ways, but Nikto works fine.
All right, welcome, Nikto. How you doing?
I'm doing quite all right. How about yourself?
I am doing pretty good. I've had a very good set of palate cleansers from the first half of the stream. Sorry, the first 30 minutes of the stream.
So I'd imagine. Seems like there's been a lot of very interesting and pretty base takes when it comes to what's going on with the Templin Institute and their incredibly atrocious comments.
Oh yeah,
for like a better term. But yeah, one thing I wanted to go ahead and mention, and I mentioned this with some of the guys in the waiting lobby, is that my biggest issue with the Templin Institute is that they do it. On paper, it seems like that they are indeed making a valid argument in suggesting that because of the fact that the universe is so expansive that there is room for creativity. However, my thing about that is that with the setting being as it is, there is still a baseline from which it is built upon. One of those baselines being the very thing that they introduced at the start of the video. That being that the gene C could only function with the hormonal elements present in males. Right?
All right.
For them to make the argument that they're basically making an argument saying that this can exist just because the question can be asked. And at that point, you might as well be making an argument for Tyranids that are interested in preserving life in all its forms. A traitor legion that is still somehow aligned with the Imperium, or Eldar who speak plainly and straightforward in anything that they're trying to describe. But that so far that's been my whole thing on that.
All right. I think I'm gonna miss a part of what you said. I'm sorry.
Should I repeat that, or like what were you referring to?
On the very end, I don't know. My brain had a lapse for a second there. I'm sorry.
So basically, what the last part is the Templin, to just kind of roll it all up into a short sense. The Templin Institute might as well be making an argument for Tyranids that are interested in preserving life as it is, or Eldar that speak plainly and clearly.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, there you
They're making a spurious, absurd argument.
Absolutely. And my thing about that is that, what's it called? It's not to make that kind of argument isn't sticking true to what the setting itself is. My issue with what they're trying to argue is that the kind of people that the Templin Institute tends to be are the kinds that are very quick to go ahead and say, hey, we shouldn't impose our personal beliefs or whatever onto anybody else, but are very quick to go ahead and impose theirs onto whatever saying that they feel might be problematic in their own sense.
Right, it's rules for thee and not for me.
Exactly. It's just a blatant form of hypocrisy, and it's a bit of a shame too, because I actually do enjoy a lot of the content that they push out. You know, I feel like they are very good with their editing skills, nailing down at least most of the lore when they do come down to it. But to be able to portray that very demographic that they're subscribed to, they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Oh, absolutely. It shows with that video that they're very good at, like you said, the editing. And when it comes to video creation, it's the reason that they've had such success on top of the editing is when it came to the writing of their scripts and showcasing the lore, it was pretty dispassionate. It was pretty disconnected. It was very documentary. Therefore, I think a lot of people liked their content through that because it was very matter of fact. But this, as far as I know, this is the first time Templin Institute has come out and made an opinion about such things. And it's pretty clear to me that they held this opinion all along, and they unleashed it now. Well, A, because they were trying to drum up traffic for their channel, but B, to kind of enforce this argument because they thought, getting involved in it, they would have enough strength and sway with the community to actually affect something. But
no, that's definitely not the case, and the numbers don't lie, man. The numbers definitely don't lie.
They do not lie. The dislike, I haven't checked it in hours. It's probably worse now. But their like to dislike ratio is very evident of where the community stands on their take.
Absolutely.
It's very.
I mean, I already tossed in my dislike on that when I'm subscribed. Because I like the biggest thing, I wouldn't mind if they had just made that argument and that was the end of it. My biggest issue is just how they conducted themselves from the fallouts, just blocking people, calling them out, as being very hostile and standoffish towards everybody. Like, that's just absolutely childish, and I don't think that's appropriate for anybody to go ahead and conduct themselves in the public sphere.
Well, the thing is, I could have because the thing is the internet. I don't necessarily think people have to. For like the guy I dealt with the first 30 minutes of the stream, I'm not going to pretend that I treated him with any level of respect. I didn't, but that's because he also didn't treat me with any. So when I invited him on, it was because I wanted to, showcase to people this nutty, crazy guy that was coming after me just because I didn't agree with the Templin Institute, calling me all the Istanisms in the world. So I'll definitely be open and admit that I went in with that guy fully not intending to have a debate. It was just bringing on. Basically, I brought in a crazy person for the shit show.
I'll have to be honest. I might have missed that, so I'll have to go ahead and take a look at it. But I think the biggest, but when it comes to the argument of respect, I think people say you should go ahead and give respect to everybody. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think you should just give respect to people who genuinely deserve respect. Because if you're just throwing that out like candy, then it automatically means nothing. It's like everybody who throws around the word you're a misogynist or you're like, whatever. At that point, it doesn't even mean anything anymore when you just throw it out like candy. Yeah, we get it. A misogynist means somebody that you don't like.
Well, yeah, they devalue these words by using it. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are tuned in to the Asmogan channel. Be sure to subscribe, like, and do all that good stuff.
I can't be mad at her. She brought food to me.
Oh, damn. What kind of food?
Holes in the wall. I don't know if you
That's
know what that
awesome.
is, but they're.
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so a hole in the wall is. I know this is really off topic, but might as well. It's when you butter two sides of like bread, like just standard bread. You cut a hole in it and you crack an egg on it, and the center of that hole, and then you cook one side, cook the other, and leave it a little bit runny. It's called a hole in the wall,
Damn.
and it's
I gotta
very
do that
delicious.
myself. Yeah, I gotta do that myself.
But yeah,
Alright, well, I don't really have anything else, unless there was something else you want to talk about. But I understand there's some people waiting.
No, I think you brought up pretty good points, and I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for having me.
No problem. Thank you. I hope you have a good one.
You too.
All right, let's bring in Silta of Krieg. Silta, welcome to the stream.
Hello. So, thanks for having me.
No problem.
So, about the Templin Institute video. Oh boy, that was a very disappointing for me.
Oh yeah.
To watch because I get this notion of I don't know. It's like this entirely woke thing going into 40k. This was my first gut feeling that I had, and I don't really like it because we see a lot of like movies and different media, like video games, stuff like that, all gets like turned into this like weird idea, and everything needs to have an opposite gender as an equal in same, but they have no unique roles anymore for like something like. And what I like, for example, about like 40k is, for example, like good, you have the Space Marines and you have the Sisters of Battle, and they are unique. It makes them special, and this is where I really disagree with like Templin Institute, what they put out in that video, because it is not just like a thought experiment in that way. It's just like, it feels more like I'm gonna force my view on it, and no matter what you say, go and die over there. Yeah, and this is not the way. I mean, I don't care about that Twitter bullshit because I personally don't use Twitter.
Oh, don't. Here's my thing. Don't. If you want to have faith in humanity, don't.
Don't worry, I'm resistant to that.
Good.
I will not go that path. Yeah, but I mean, I have to say I liked Templin Institute for a long time because they had a good ability with the videos to explain certain genre-specific topics, even for outsiders. Very good and very with very good research. And this is what I liked about them. And but when it goes like to this last video, which was in my opinion total cringe. In my opinion, this is it is just, yeah. That's my take on it. And I really hope that this is not having larger waves in a negative way for the genre itself, because that's what I'm worried about. Because I just say I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that everything that I, as a nerd, full-blood nerd, like and adore and love, gets like reinvented in a woke idea. Because this is my refuge, my place I go to where I don't have to deal with this shit all day. And this is why personally, me as a Warhammer fan, it pisses me off. Yeah.
Oh no, you're not alone, man. Like we're. That's the thing. If anything, this situation should show you that you are amongst the majority. A lot of people are sick and tired of our community getting turned into a political debate zone. Like 10 years ago, when I first got into the hobby, I was in high school. A friend of mine introduced me to it through while we were a freshman in high school. I told him about every sci-fi universe I'd engage in, and he just introduced me to the universe. And boom, I started collecting orcs. I started saving money for my part-time job, and I engaged in this universe like a madman. And back then, I can't recall more than maybe 2 arguments ever that had anything to do with like real-world politics and the hobby. And both were online at the time. every conversation I had, most online and all offline, with people about the hobby were, if they were debates, they were debates about in-universe lore and things, from a certain perspective. The Horus Heresy. We were talking about, nerd stuff. The engagements about 40k were about 40k. They weren't about
Yes.
how 40k makes real-world misogynists pee their pants. It wasn't about how real-world 40k supports fascism. Like, it wasn't about this crap. It was
Yeah,
about our escapist hobby that we could enjoy.
Totally, yeah. I mean, I wonder maybe the next video will be why Slanesh is sexist. Who knows, yeah? But it is. I miss this normal discussion about just the topic in the franchise. And I mean, you can, like, for example, you can like put like certain examples out and like compare them to like real world examples, yeah, for a joke or whatever statements you're trying to make, yeah. But you can't just like force an agenda from the real world into an existing franchise, because we have seen in some cases already when it comes to video games or something, yeah, how bad that goes, yeah. And when you see stuff he says in his video at the end, with the misogyny part and stuff like that, I mean, this is like I watch a lot of channels that actually like make like collecting history over YouTube channels that did something horribly stupid and then died, and this is pretty interesting. Yeah, it's like true crime, just a bit weirder.
Yeah.
And I see a certain pattern there that and Templin Institute basically just did the like base quote out of the fucking book, how to end my channel in no time. Yeah, if he has a lot of few subs and shit, and yeah, but this is, I don't know, what is he thinking? Like, how to piss off an entire community? Like, let's poke that in that like what's gonna happen, And I don't know. Like, I mean, there's like so many possibilities to like get like this idea of female space marines there. Like earlier, probably people mentioned like homebrew or in fan art, in memes, whatsoever. People can engage in this direction. They can engage in this direction. They can find their niche in the genre, and everyone is there on board and says like, yeah, okay, this is that part of that niche. It's totally fine. No one would dare to like say like, oh, you're not allowed to do this because that's not blah blah blah, yeah. And why is he not going that way? For me, it just makes no sense. Yeah.
I agree with you. The thing is, it all makes no sense if you're looking at it from a normal person's perspective.
Yeah.
Or a normal hobbyist perspective. That's the thing. You have to. The only people who understand these types are the others of their type.
Exactly. This is like you have to step into that room and look around, and you see, okay, those people, they spend a lot of time in here, yeah, and they know a lot. They love it a lot. Whatever is going on in that particular room, yeah, and you can't just go and say like, yeah, but outside is this and that, and then just let's bring it in. It's not how it works, and I'm really disappointed because a friend, like the other day when the video came out, a friend sent me the link and I was like, okay, what's this? And I was like, oh my god, please let it be a meme, and it wasn't. It was just sitting there, and I was like, what the hell? And there's so much stuff when I said I have to like object, when you just like say that's not correct, man. This is just like, yeah. And then I like researched a bit, and then was like this Twitter seizure, whatever was going on there, yeah. And that is fine. I mean, if it would just stay on Twitter, and yeah, you be on Twitter whatever you like, but I mean, it would have been less negative in my opinion if it would just like, okay, he has a little Twitter war, yeah, and then he makes a normal fucking video, and that's it, and that would have still less negative outcome. But this way, it's like, I don't know, and even the comments, like just sitting here in the comment section and deconstructing the criticism. Oof,
Which he
that
didn't even
is
do, by the way. Like, most of the people who came at him with joke responses, he just unironically like, yeah, that's totally possible and totally cool. Like, my favorite example is when he tried to argue for a loyalist gene stealer.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. That me smirk, yeah.
That was horrific.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. Like, I mean, done is done. We will see. I would love to see that burning ship, but we have to wait until it burned down and to see what happens, if it still floats or not. You know, but at least we have something looking forward to. That's what I'm taking from it. So.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on, Salto Krieg.
Oh,
I appreciate your
thanks
perspective.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thank you for coming on, man.
Bye.
All right, gonna pull in Kage Minowara, and that's gonna be the last call I'm gonna take, guys. After that, I'm just gonna do some closing statements. Kage Minowara, did I say that correctly?
Oh yeah, you did.
All right.
Oh,
So what's
can
your
you hear
take
me?
on all? Yeah, I can hear you. What's your take on all this?
Oh well, the thing that I've been the point of view that I've been looking at this from is sort of, well, why is this happening in a broader context? Because the Warhammer fandom, this isn't the first instance of outsiders coming in and trying to change the lore to suit their own tastes. This has happened in the video game fandom, in the comic book fandom,
Movie
any,
fandom.
yeah, the movie fandom. It's happening all over. So, and so something that I've been wondering about for a long time is, well, why is this happening? Because it seems like some sort of wider social movement. You know what I mean?
It's unfortunately, it's what's reflecting the real world political scene. The reason it's happening so much more is when it comes to, and I'm not gonna even really pick sides. I think both sides do this. Both right and left do this. They're starting to really take notice that you don't get more people to side with you and to get involved in the political scene through voting and influencing the real world the way you want them to. You don't really do it by going on the news anymore. Because not everybody's watching the news. Not everybody's reading magazines. Not everybody is even really checking out newspapers. So where do you go to influence people to get them to do what you want? You go to their media. You go to where they are. And where are we? We're playing tabletop. We're enjoying a hobby. Where are video gamers? They're in front of their screens playing Fortnite. Not all of them, thankfully. But they're playing like video games of all types. Final Fantasy 14. They're playing World of Warcraft. They're playing Albion Online. They're playing... Take a pick of a video game. That's where they are. That's where most eyes are. Same with movies, same with television. You go to people's entertainment to get their eyes on what you want them to see. And what you want them to see is what you want them to think. What you want them to think is what you want them to act upon. So all of it for both sides. This isn't even a bipartisan thing. All politicians, all governing forces, those real world ideologies note where we are, and they want more soldiers for their front line of their activism. So they go to influence us where we're at. So that's why we see them encroaching upon these hobbies. That's the why. That's why they're doing this. And that's why I encourage people not to accept the line that they give when they say, oh, I just want inclusivity. I just want diversity. No, that's what you're choosing to try and implement. But the end goal is to get more people to side with you and to give you a victory flag over this thing so you can permanently stain it with a message that you hope to corrupt more people into accepting. Now, this is not entirely an evil thing to do, because there are ways to do it in a way that is far more acceptable, like how Star Trek did its political messaging back in the day. Like I used that example earlier. This is
I saw that.
Yeah, this is an old school practice. You present politics to people to get them asking questions about it. That's the old school method of the same idea. Except back then, instead of trying to create soldiers for your front line of your activism and get people actively, participating, you simply present the idea in the hopes that if they think about it critically, they might side with you or walk away with their own conclusion regardless, and hopefully with the right one. That's how they used to do it. It used to be far more open-ended and allowing people to walk away with their own opinion. It was far more accepting of whatever you decided by the end, but there was still political messaging. Now it's full-on propaganda.
And something that I have been thinking about is what caused that shift. It used to be that like with Star Trek, one could leave it up to the viewer to decide, but now it seems as though all media must be completely controlled, fine-tuned to have a very political message. We cannot afford to let any of the plebs think outside the. We cannot afford. It is a risk to allow any of the plebs to think outside the party line, so it has to all be propaganda. And that shift seems to have happened, I don't know, sometime in between 2005 and 2015, like in that 10-year span.
The reason, well, the thing is, this mentality or this desire for propagandizing material and stuff like that, that always has been there. The reason the shift has gone from a more passive propaganda, or a more, not even propaganda, passive political messaging and shows and stuff like that to get people to choose one side or another. The reason we've seen such an aggressive shift is because, well, the thing is, this is where there's a lot of debate. But I would say the reason is because the culture of people has drastically changed. And the thing is, this has been a gradual thing. I know a lot of it, or some of it at the very least, feels rather sudden, but this has been a very slow process. It didn't even really start in 2005, I would argue. I think it started back in 1960 and onward for years. Like, think about all the political messaging that happened in music in the 60s with the hippie movement. Think about all the politics that was pushed in the music scene, also in the 70s, and also when comics were a thing. Comics have had political messaging for a long time as well, but the culture back then wasn't accepting of propaganda because they knew what it looked like. The generation that came off of World War II got to freshly understand propaganda because they got to see both the communists and the fascists using it. So there was a cultural awareness of what propaganda was and how it differed from a political theme versus a political message. People were able to recognize it. So media that wanted to project that couldn't afford to be obvious. They had to be subtle because the average person was more aware. Over the decades... Oh, go ahead.
And because, these most recent generations haven't seen a real life, or at least a foreign real life example of that. Like, the previous generations, they had the examples of Nazi Germany or of the Soviet Union.
Right.
They were able to look at propaganda and see, that's
the previous
propaganda right there.
Yeah, they knew what it looked like. The benefit for these political ideologies and groups is the current generation and the generation that raised them didn't grow up with propaganda, didn't grow up with these familiar sights and sounds. So it's it's fresh camouflage. Like back then, they needed to camouflage themselves, but now there's no need because they don't even know what they're looking for. And the generations that did know what to look for didn't impress upon their children because they thought that was ending. They thought that the propagandization and the worry of that was going to go away. So a lot of those generations didn't pass on to their children, and therefore they didn't pass it on to their children, and so on and so forth. This awareness and this sensibility of being manipulated by media, being manipulated by propaganda. So the reason it's become so in our face and so aggressive now is because they can afford to do it, because this current generation, the previous one, and arguably even the one previous to that, are completely far and removed from being familiar with propaganda. So we could be smacked in the face with it, and we're not even aware we're being smacked in the face with it. So it's just the culture itself has shifted. Therefore, the propaganda and propagandization of media can shift with it because of the lack of awareness.
And it's rather difficult to tell with people who are part of this movement whether they are ignorant or stupid, or whether they are evil. Like,
It's a
if whether
combination
they
of.
are but like like with an individual, like say the Templin Institute, is he someone who is aware that this is propaganda and he is decided to join the forces of chaos, as it were? Oh man, that's another topic. I sort of feel like looking at this whole thing, that it is like the chaos gods are real and they are in this world and they are trying to destroy everything. I sometimes feel like that.
It
But
does. I think the sad and scary thing is it's not chaos gods or this ethereal force. It's real people. Human beings are doing this stuff in real world. Like, that should tell you how both powerful and terrifying a single person can be.
Oh yeah, but like, it is real people.
Oh yeah.
But what are the forces that are moving these people? Like the inner mental forces.
Power, control.
And but anyway, I veered off. But anyway, so
perfectly okay.
people like the people like the Templin Institute, or the guy who's behind the Templin Institute, is he aware that this is all propaganda? Is like, hey, and he's saying to himself, hey, I can get a lot of power if I join this side. I'm going to jump on board. Or is he someone who is ignorant and stupid, and he's just been brainwashed by by these forces? Do you understand what I'm getting at? Is it stupidity or?
I would say it's a combination, because the reason people can be brainwashed into these things is they're placated to via their emotions. In the case of the gentleman leading the Templin Institute, in his case, and probably those around him who okayed this, because as far as I know, it's still a group that run that channel, they most likely were sold the lines that they were sold about, like the need for inclusivity and all this nonsense. And the messaging and this, at all costs, things must be pushed this way or that way, for the sake of ideology. I think a part of it definitely is that they were preyed upon. They probably went to college, and college is very much a breeding ground for these people. Because that's where a lot of professors nowadays at a lot of colleges are pretty hardcore activists themselves, and really try and pump those out of their classes. They want more activists. They want more soldiers for the front line. In the case of the Templin Institute, they probably always had these views. And again, just like with the greater example I used, where you thought it was 2005 to 2015, I would argue it's 1960s all the way to now. And I think it's the same for Temple Institute. Up till now, he's probably kept any kind of these feelings or these takes quiet, subtle, or minuscule. But the reason he's unleashing it now is he thought this would be the time where people would just accept his line and eat it up. And so I think some of what is happening here is he genuinely believes it because he's been sold the line, he's been fed the idea. But the reason he still fights for it so hard, despite the backlash, is because he actually still craves the power of it, the control, crave that, it's a combination of both. He genuinely was brainwashed into believing this stuff, and he wants power through that. He's just been brainwashed to think that it'll work. That's why he's made the mistake.
I wonder if it's that sort of his conscious mind believes in all of this, social justice stuff, but the true motivation for it from his unconscious mind is the desire for power. So his conscious mind may not even be aware of it. That his true motivation is power.
I think everyone's aware to a degree of what they're saying and what they're doing. I think I like to think anyway, maybe I'm wrong, but I think everyone is aware to a degree, but he's probably not. I think it's less about awareness of himself and awareness of the reality of it, or the reality of other people, or the majority's take on these things. It's an outward ignorance as opposed to an inward ignorance. If that makes sense.
That's a subject that I'm quite interested in and been studying for a while. The sort of the forces in our unconscious mind that move us. The
ethereal,
sort of
mucusy stuff.
Yeah, like the real chaos god, the real world chaos gods, or the real world gods, that sort of thing. And what is it that's driving people? That is driving people to do what they do.
I wish you luck.
Like the temple. Sorry, I'm getting off. I'm veering into the weeds here, aren't I?
Yeah, a little bit. It'll be fair. I engage in it with a little bit, but we're not gonna find the solution tonight, man. Yeah, but trust me. I think we all are to a degree fascinated with that. It's just it's a very philosophers and religious leaders and you name it have been trying to find the answer to that question for millennia. So it's not going to get answered tonight. But anyway, thank you for coming on, man. Is there any closing statements you want to give?
No, it's just I recently found your channel. I think I had clicked on a couple of your videos before this whole Templin Institute thing blew up, and then I saw your most recent video about how saying this whole thing was absolutely nuts.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, and I appreciate seeing people who are trying to fight back against this and call it out for being crazy.
Well, thank you for coming on, man.
Oh, thanks for talking to me.
No problem. I appreciate the conversation. It's very fascinating.
Oh, me too. Thank you. Well, have a good night.
You as well. All right. So I'm not gonna go off here quite yet. Sorry, Trip. That was the last call. But I'll take this time to take any questions or stuff in the chat. Interact with you guys who didn't want to come on a call, which is fine, by the way. No, you're not required to, but I do like to have people come on. That's why I do open mics. That's why I do this show, so to speak. I think it was when I first did an open mic. It wasn't intended to be a show, but I ended up liking doing it so much because this for me is far more engaging than if I just did a podcast with like a buddy of mine, which I did do a podcast for a long time with my buddy Ludus and Finium. But somehow I always the thing I've always enjoyed most is like bringing in a lot of different people and getting a bunch of people to, and even if they all end up agreeing effectively about the same thing, the variations or the angles at which people kind of approach stuff is always so fascinating. Right. I have a question. Do you feel sexy? Always. I feel great. What the heck the fuck happened to my homebrew high? That's what I'm wondering. Wait, which one was yours? If it's your, I might be in the works. I know the homebrew highlights as a whole got put on pause for a long time. I might get back to those since I might have Monday off from my day job because of weather. So if I do, I'm hoping to get some more videos for this channel done while I still have access to my editing software. Because I will probably lose access to it before my next payday. How you doing, Merlin? How you feeling? You feeling sexy? Man, that TI fan was the highlight of my afternoon. It was hilarious. Oh god, that was insanity. Do you think this will cause GW to maybe get Sisters of Battle to be expanded slightly? I hope so. I really do hope that is their takeaway from all the nonsense. Is instead of actually caving to the Psycho's demands and dropping, you know, female Space Marines, I hope their takeaway ends up being let's do Sisters of Battle, or like, hey, our female representation's a little lacking. Why not just expand the ones we have? I really hope their takeaway isn't going to end up being, oh, female Space Marines. Oh, okay. I really hope they don't do that detriment to the lore. This is a silence. They have like 16 models. Yes, and that's the thing. I want them to be their own line and army, and they could still be a part of the Custodes army without even having to be another detachment. Just let them have their own codex on top of the Custodes codex. I'm just saying. I think that could work. I argue that. I know it's one of my more unpopular opinions, but I stand by it. I think the Sisters of Silence can get a fucking army. I think that'd be cool. Damn. Question, let's go for fun. How do you feel about the idea of redeemed Trader Primarchs? Depends on the Primarch. Like, certain Trader Primarchs I can totally see redeemed. Like, it's hard. Some of them is really hard. But Fulgrim, for example. Even though what he did to Rylonor, which was horrible. I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna be hard to redeem in my eyes. But overall, when you really look at the broad strokes for Fulgrim as a Trader Primarch, he got a pretty raw end of it, and he could have really been a good person. He just got corrupted. Magnus definitely is one that is even more redeemable. Definitely. Because in Magnus's case, he didn't really want to join Chaos. It was just like, we're fucked otherwise. So his case is even more understanding than Fulgrim. Fulgrim kind of, you know, he did a dumb. He picked a sword out of a rock in a really shady area that screamed trap and was like, mine. Then it corrupted him. I think it'd be so ironic if the traitor to redeem himself is Lorgar. I think it ironic. I wouldn't be happy with the choice. Not even necessarily because I think objectively it'd be a bad option. I just hate Lorgar that much. So for me, that's like a biased one. I really don't want that. Lorgar's one of those characters. He's kind of like an old school Disney villain. If I think about it, like, I don't want him redeemed. Like, I want him to be the villain. Like, just the guy we all look at and say, fuck you. Like the Jafar, the 80s. Although Hades was kind of charismatic in Hercules, but you know what I mean. Barrack model for Necrons. For the Rabo. Yeah. I don't know. I hate Purdy. I mean, there is definitely elements of Purdy, like, I won't deny, that are redeemable. Like, he's not irredeemable. And as far as I know, canon-wise, he doesn't even like Chaos. He's just kind of on that ends of things, but he doesn't actually like Chaos. But Purdy, I would actually prefer, if they were going to do anything with him, make him the new leader. If not Lorgar, make him like the new official leader of the Chaos Marines and like the Black Legions. Because honestly, Abaddon at this point, especially when we have Guilliman back, even though I hate Guilliman and hate the Ultramarines, we have Guilliman back. So I think to counteract him, we should have one of the traitor Primarchs take hold. And it can't be Mortarion, as much as they've duked it out in the modern 41st millennium. As much as they've duked it out, I don't think Mortarion would fit, because we need a leader of the Chaos Forces that's not biased towards a specific god. Like, we can't have Angron, because he's biased towards Khorne. We can't have Mortarion, he's biased towards Nurgle. Can't have Fulgrim, biased towards Slanesh. We can't have Magnus, because, well, he's biased towards Tzeentch. Not selectively. So, really our only option is the Chaos Undivided Traitor Primarchs, which I believe is Lorgar, even though he's disappeared, and or Perturabo. I'm not even sure where Perturabo is in the lore right now. But, oh, fuck Erebus. Yeah, Erebus is... Erebus is the worst character. Well, he's the best, like, nasty villain, but I hate him. That's the point. Omegon would be coming out, would be interesting. Yeah, that would also be an interesting choice. I could see Omegon or Purdy or even Lorgar taking the reins, but I think a Traitor Primarch taking the reins would fit, and I would like to see Perturabo leading it. Because that could give them a chance to actually make a compelling Perturabo. Like, make him evil at this point. Like, don't make him a tragic character, because honestly, he doesn't feel like one with just sheerly how stupid he is, and also how fucking petulant he is. He really doesn't feel like a tragic character. So just go full villain with him. Make him like that really just kind of petulant middle manager kind of dickbag. The Lion Fallen Traitor. Sure. What, Angron or Magnus redeem? Really, Darius? That's an interesting choice. I can't really see what they do with Angron, because at this point he's already gone full Bloodthirster. He's kind of filled in the role of just Rage Demon. So, I don't know, I'm kind of okay with him remaining that, personally. Magnus, on the other hand, I can definitely see a redemption story in that one. Did I miss something? No. Right now I'm just kind of chatting with you guys and you wonderful people in the chat, and then I'm gonna wrap things up and call it a show. TTS redemption story. I don't want any Chaos Primarch redeemed. Sorry, loyalists, that our Primarchs are cooler than yours. I'm gonna give you this. They're cooler than Guilliman. I'll give you that and only that. Certainly with the minis, that's for damn sure. Guilliman's mini is kind of boring. Just saying. He's such a dickbag. He really is. He really is. Pyrrhus is Bastiaris. Does this just get a Dreadnought equivalent? Yes. I think so. Obviously, don't make it too Dreadnoughty, but yeah. Some big, like, mech thing. That feels like them. Very church pews kind of thing. I'm the only one who likes Guilliman. No, you're not. There's quite a few likers of Guilliman. I explained on the last stream, in fact, why I don't like Guilliman and why I don't like the Ultramarines. I have a very specific reason. If you guys want, I can go over it real quick with you guys on this stream. But just know, he's my least favorite Primarch, next to Lorgar and Perturabo. And the Ultramarines are my least favorite faction. The faction is less to do with Guilliman and more so they just got made into the Gary Stews of the universe. Thank you, Matt Ward. And the poster boys. They've been the poster boys for so goddamn long that animosity with the Ultramarines as a whole is more or less just whole hobby wise. Whereas Guilliman, I have a very specific reason why I don't like him. Making a mausoleum? Actually, that would be fascinating. Erebus is fun to hate because he's so horrible. Exactly. I think that's the idea of his character. He is the epitome of douche. Like, he is the bottom of the pit of bullshit. Like, he is the thing. He's it. Like, Lorgar is one step above him, and that's it. He's kind of there almost to be a bookend for Lorgar. Like, instead of Lorgar being the actual bottom of the barrel of evil and bullshit, you got Erebus to brace his fall. What do you think about Valric and Lion rumors and how funny it would be to cuck him and not have Lionel return? What do you think about Valric? Well, I can cover that one. I haven't heard the rumors about the Lion. I missed that. I have heard that there are rumors about the Lion. I have not looked into them, so I can't comment too much about that. But as for my opinions of Valric, I used to like Valric. Like, when I was less in the scene with the creators, I make it sound like I'm like a popular YouTuber or something. But when I was less in the scene with other content creators in the 40k community, I kind of looked up to Valric. He was so hobby positive and so, upbeat about stuff that, he was kind of cool. Well, when I actually got into content creation and doing this stuff and getting to know other content creators in the sphere, getting to know more hobbyists in the sphere, which is more important, when I, started to expand in that sense, and I looked back to Valric's positivity went from being something that kind of encouraged me to being a little too much. Like, when I became more aware of, like, certain controversial things from GW and stuff like that, and how he would defend it. Yeah, I won't go so far as to call him a shill. A couple times I've jokingly called him that, maybe on previous streams, so if anyone looks that up, you might find me saying that at some point. But honestly, as much as it might be easy to just disregard him as that, I don't necessarily think he is a shill, like in the literal sense. I think he's a simp. There's a difference. I don't think he actually gets anything like he doesn't get any financial kickback. I don't think he's under any contract or anything like that. I do think he's just that obsessed with the hobby though. But he's obsessed in the way, not like I'm obsessed with 40k, but I'm also able to disconnect when it comes to like GW's bad calls or when it comes to community bad calls. Certain things I will call out for being BS, and I can separate myself enough to do that. Valric, I don't think can. At least I've never seen him be able to do it. As far as I've seen throughout his content and throughout his coverage of controversial stuff, he always seems to walk away with the overly positive perspective. Well, Felonids are confirmed. They're canon. Can we get a quick G-Man rundown? G-Man rundown? Oh, Guilliman rundown. Okay. One's in the chat if you guys want me to explain why I don't like Guilliman. And two's in the chat if you'd rather I just move on to other questions. Real quick, before my food goes cold, because it is in front of me. While I wait for the ones. I don't know. Okay, I'll explain. Okay. So why I don't like Guilliman. Guilliman, I can give a simple explanation. I don't like Guilliman for who he is as a character. The thing is, I don't like him for any reason that's like crazy or out there. I dislike him for who he is and how he's meant to be. He's a politician. The man is a logistical leader of the Imperium, and he's always been like that. That out of his brothers, each of them you could say is a different aspect of the Emperor. He's the politician aspect of the Emperor, and I hate him for that. And there's one specific example, because the thing is I hate political types as it is, but there's like one specific event that went from me passively hating him to actively hating him, and that would be what happened after the events of the Siege of Terra. Guilliman plopped his happy ass down on the throne despite the fact that the actual proper line of succession was Rogel Dorn next in charge of the Imperium. Now, a lot of Guilliman fanboys and Ultramarine fanboys will often counter immediately and not let me continue by saying, oh, well, he's an emperor. He's had experience controlling an empire. So is Rogel Dorn. Rogel Dorn had a full-fledged galactic empire when the emperor found him. So he also has experience being an emperor. Guilliman doesn't get to control that one title. So that's not a good reasoning. And on top of that, Guilliman didn't fight in the final battle at Siege of Terra. Now, yes, it wasn't selective. Well, part of it was. And also with the traitor actions he performed with the Imperial Secundus, I stand by that. That was a traitor act. But regardless, that's not why I hate him. With what happened is, during the War of the Horus Heresy, the Emperor named Rogel Dorn the Praetorian of Terra, which was basically the new rank to replace War Master. So he was given the title of the Emperor's right-hand man, and he was going to be the next in line for succession. Guilliman wasn't even given a rank like that. He was still a Primarch, he still had the rank of Primarch, but he wasn't the next in line. He was not a War Master equivalent, he was not the Praetorian of Terra. Rogel Dorn was. He had the rightful line of succession. On top of that, he also earned it more, if you ask me. Because the Ultramarines stayed secluded to Ultramar and the Ultramar system during the Horus Heresy. Now again, it's not why I dislike them. And I don't even dislike Guilliman for the Imperial Secundus. There's much reasoning and I can accept his decision to do that. What was wrong, and it's just a matter of fact, that they were stuck there and they didn't really support the Imperium during the Siege of Terra. They were boxed in. I get that. But it's what he did after that is so wrong to me, given everything that occurred. Rogel Dorn watched his father die. He watched his brother die. Not obviously like right in front of him, but he walked in after their corpses had hit the ground. The Emperor barely more than one. He... I know Voldemort calls it the longest second, but I thought this before the Voldemort video, just so everyone knows. But he was there to defend the Imperium. The Imperial Fists really did hold most of the legwork when it came to the Horus Heresy War. They were the biggest bulwark, fittingly for their rank and name, against the darkness, whereas the Ultramarines were not, and Guilliman was not. Now, would they have been in an alternate universe where they had been aware of everything and Horus had not blocked them in intentionally, keeping them from supporting the Imperium? Probably. I'm not denying him that. What I am denying is what he chose to do despite his lack of action and lack of support. After the Sundering occurred, after Rogel Dorn carried the body of his father to the Golden Throne, knowing he was entombing him to a permanent life of servitude to keep humanity barely on the edge of destruction. He knew the Imperium would never be as strong as it was with the Emperor alive, or fully alive. So and with everything Rogel Dorn had sacrificed and lost, and on top of his already having superior claim to the throne, after the Sundering of the traitor legions, Guilliman wrote up the Codex, sat his ass, quite literally in the lore, on the throne of Terra, in front of Dorn, and told him, with no ceremony, that his legion and all legions were to disband and break up into chapters. So not only did Rogel Dorn lose his father, in front of him, lose his brother, his favorite brother, Sanguinius, in front of him. Not only did he sacrifice and put in the blood, sweat, and tears that Guilliman did not for the Imperium, but he was also denied his rightful seat on the throne. And with no ceremony to add to his losses, he was told, you are to separate your remaining family, your sons, of the Imperial Fists away from you. And Guilliman didn't ask, he said you have to. And Dorn showed resistance, and Guilliman threatened civil war. Guilliman was ready to do a second Horus heresy immediately after the first if it meant his codex would be challenged, which Dorn did initially. Dorn, being the bigger, better, and superior man, recognized that Guilliman meant it and knew he was ready to go to war. So knowing he didn't want such sacrifices, and also knowing his sons would not accept it, he intentionally lunged his own sons into the Iron Cage, which was a trap designed by Perturabo specifically for the Imperial Fists, to intentionally wipe out part of his own legion, and many, including myself, believe that Rogel Dorn intended to commit suicide by way of attacking the Iron Cage. Because Dorn was an experienced commander, he knew Perturabo personally, he knew what he was sending his sons into. And he intentionally sacrificed them because he knew his own legion would not accept Guilliman on the throne, especially given Dorn's superior claim. So for the sake of the Imperium, he sacrificed his own sons to die. And Guilliman, knowing it would hurt his image if Dorn and all of the Imperial Fists intentionally killed themselves sieging the Iron Cage, sent his boys in to stop it and support them and get them out. He didn't do it because he cared for Dorn. He didn't do it because he cared about the Fists. He didn't do any of it for Dorn. He did it because, as any politician, he didn't want his image hurt. He couldn't afford the bad press. So that's why I hate Guilliman. Not only is he a politician, but he's acted on. And that's also why Dorn's my favorite Primarch, because he's the bigger man. I would have recorded it, but yeah, that is why I don't like Dorn. That's why I don't like Guilliman. I love Dorn. Black Templars are my favorite chapter, and granted, one good thing that came out of the Codex was that. But Guilliman is one of the scummiest characters in the lore. And the ironic thing is all of that was, in my opinion, written to make him look strong, but it made him look petulant. And again, I've never heard a good defense for that in the lore. Like, a lot of Ultramarine fanboys come at me and stuff like that when I talk about Guilliman and not liking him. But whenever I tell them about that, they don't refute it with, like, evidence and stuff. They just say, oh, well, what did you expect Guilliman to do? Well, not throw his brother, who had the rightful claim, under the bus and steal his rightful claim out from under him. Oh, well, he was going to be the better leader. How do you know that? Well, because he led an empire. So did Dorn. And Dorn actually fought during the Siege of Terra. He looked the demon hordes and Horus and his forces in the eye and fought. While Guilliman, and again, I'm not putting this on blame on Guilliman, but it's a fact, he holed up in his own empire and tried to start an Imperial Secundus, the second empire, with Sanguinius being the emperor. He was content to do that. And it's not that they had no attempts to ascertain if the emperor was alive or not, they just all failed, they were boxed in. But he made that conclusion without certainty. and for a Primarch, that feels rather shady. So for me, Guilliman is a shitty character. While he's not a shitty character, he is who he is, and I think it is appropriate. Real people are like that. So I think Guilliman is written the way he's supposed to be. It's just, and I acknowledge he has benefits. He is a good politician. He knows how to run politics. He knows how to control people through social manipulation, kind of like Horus did. He was very good at that. He was good at being a politician. Too good. Well, the thing is, they brought Guilliman back over everybody, Eckerd, because he's the Blue Boys' leader. Out of curiosity, was Dorn interested in running the Imperium after the heresy? Well, it's not. This is one of those things where we don't know exactly what Rogel Dorn's thoughts were. We know he resisted the Codex. And he was, he was more concerned, it's definitely clear in the lore, he was more concerned about the Codex issue than he was Guilliman leading. That's for sure written in the lore. Whether he said anything or not about being pissed that Dorn took the title of Emperor from him, effectively, was never really said. But I would wager, knowing his character, he probably didn't care that much about who led the Empire. He probably would have even supported Guilliman given the right approach. But the resistance came with the Codex. And I think that's part of why Guilliman chose to take his shot at being the Emperor, effectively, without necessarily being the exact title. Because he knew that Rogel Dorn wouldn't accept it if he was in charge. Like, if Rogel Dorn was actually the one to sit his butt down and take the title, then that meant Guilliman would automatically be subservient. And therefore, if he presented the Codex as a subservient Primarch to Rogel Dorn's Emperor, he would be denied. Because Dorn wouldn't have wanted to separate his sons from himself. He would have been already exhausted from everything. He wouldn't have wanted to feel like he lost more. So instead of the long road of negotiating with Dorn and waiting for the sting of the Horus Heresy to go away, he did the political move. Again, this is entirely in line with his character. I don't think any of what I just said is out of character for Guilliman. He took his shot, sat his butt down, affirmed himself as the Emperor, and presented the Codex as a superior. Because he knew that would carry more weight, especially to Dorn. Yeah, and one of the evidence, though, that Dorn only accepted the Codex eventually, after everything that happened, was because... but he, after accepting it, the last wall protocol was put into the version of the Codex, you could say, for the Imperial Fist in all of its chapters. And basically what it was one last fuck you to Guilliman, because in it, what the last wall protocol is, for those who don't know, is if there's a doomsday scenario, right? If the Imperium is falling, if the Imperial Fist or any of its subsidiary chapters start to fall, anything like that, all of Dorn's children, all of his sons, come together and reform the Legion. They stop being the Black Templars, they stop being the Imperial Fist, they continue being the Imperial Fist, but they stop being, you name it. They stop being any of the subsidiary chapters, and they reunify under the Imperial Fist banner. And they reaffirm themselves as a legion, and fight whatever force it is that is besieging the Imperium. That is one of the firmest proofs that he definitely hated it, even by the end. Politicians usually take credit after all the hard work has been done by others. Yeah. And that's very much the case with Guilliman. Again, I don't hate him for any weird way he was written one book when every other book he was written a different way. No, I think Guilliman has been written consistently every time he's been showcased. He is a politician. He smiles and waves when it benefits him, and he gets stern and controlling when he has the ability and when it won't negatively affect him as a leader. In some ways, that makes him an effective leader. I don't deny his ability to lead and to control. He is absolutely effective at that, but not because he's a good person, and certainly not because he's a compelling character. So, with how dirty Guilliman did Dorne and how snakily he took control of the Empire, that's why I hate him. The Ultramarines as a whole, as a chapter, that's one thing. That's more like how GW treated them as things went on, but it's the story of how that shit went down that really pissed me off. Pissed me off. It does piss me off. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes, the thing is, as the story is written itself, Daniel Lindsay, it's more written from like a third-person perspective, but that's Dorne's point of view, and you can really pick that up through all the details of how that stuff went down. But yeah, the story is more written from the perspective of Guilliman, where he's like, oh shit, we're kind of torn apart. I need to take control. I need to put this codex into order. I need to do this. I need to do that. He saw a strategy and he implemented it, like a politician. But it's the niceties he didn't afford. Now, you can make the argument that at the end of the day, it's not like Guilliman intended to wound Dorne or intended to slight him. He really was trying to do what's best for the Imperium. I can see an argument for that, but I do genuinely think some of the things he did, especially threatening civil war to Dorne over the Codex, rather than trying to negotiate with him, maybe give him a couple of years to get over the trauma of the heresy. I don't know, something. But instead, he chose the immediate action, which came at the cost of Dorne. Yeah, no problem. I mean, again, I've explained why I dislike Guilliman many times, and everything I just, set off is from specifically Dorne's perspective. If anyone is interested in getting probably the best lore entry on Dorne you could possibly get, look up Voldemort's the longest second. His coverage of that is pretty much my whole take with Dorne, and he doesn't go into what I just went into as much detail, I don't think, but he does go into Dorne's perspective of all the preceding events, of the Siege of Terra and the consequences of it, and he really sells it emotionally. He's a very good storyteller, so I definitely encourage everyone to look that up. But yeah, that is my firm reason for disliking Guilliman. And I know that there's reasons. Again, I'm looking at one event and one thing for why I hate him, and that's enough for me. But for a lot of people who like Guilliman, they don't look at that one event. Oftentimes they ignore it, because when I bring it up, they usually sidewind it. But I get that he's done other things in other books, and he's taken other actions and this, that, or the other, and people love him for it. For me, I'll never get over what he did to Dorne. And I'll never get over how he was willing to commit to a second civil war immediately after the first, and even when he knew his only real opposition was Dorne, because the Salamanders were barely a chapter at that point. They had nothing left, so it's not like Dorne could get support from them, and the Salamanders couldn't afford to side with one or the other. They just went with, we're out of this. The White Scars could fight, but I think they sided with Guilliman, mainly because he plopped his ass down and said, I'm in charge, and he said he had a plan. So the White Scars were just like, okay, we'll go with the guy who said he had a plan. Whereas Dorne was like, give me a goddamn second to breathe. Yeah, look into the Rogel Dorne's The Longest Second by Voldemort. And paint some minis while you do, because it's actually not short. It's like a 4-parter. It's probably one of the best lore entries I've ever seen on Dorne, and it really does him justice. What the fuck did the Lion do or think of all this? We don't know, because the Lion didn't comment. We know that, if I recall correctly, the Lion sided with Guilliman as well, because as it was pretty much split. That's why it was going to be a civil war, by the way. It wasn't like all the Primarchs sided with Guilliman and Dorne was by himself. It was more like, I believe, if I recall correctly, Leman Russ and I believe it was Leman Russ and the Lion sided with Dorne, if I'm recalling correctly, with resisting the Codex. and the White Scars and the Salamanders sided with Guilliman. I could be wrong, though. I think I might have the wrong mix. But it's something to that effect. Like, 3 Primarchs versus 3 Primarchs was roughly where it's at, and then I think any remaining Primarchs out of that were either dead or too weak to really be a factor. But yeah, they were kind of left in a shitty position. So it was 3 still strong standing legions versus 3 strong. So it would have been a civil war immediately right after the first. So this is one of those things where, again, there are ways to you can take Guilliman's side of the situation, and I can see that because, again, he had a plan. He had something he wanted to implement, and to his credit, he thought it was what it was best, and he stood by it was what was best for the Imperium. I don't agree, and I certainly don't agree with his actions to implement. But from Dorne's perspective, he lost everything. He lost everything in a handful of days, and his own brother, one of the remaining people in his life that should have comforted him, sat on his throne, gave him the middle finger, effectively, not directly, by telling him he had to take his sons, his only family left, and split it up into chapters. I could see Guilliman's side. It's not like this is one of those cases where it's pure evil or something like that. I think the tragedy comes in Guilliman thought he was right all the way through. He was right from the logistics standpoint and as a politician, but he was wrong as a brother, and he was wrong as a man. Okay. So I am going to call a stream there, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed everything. I hope you guys enjoyed the chat and the conversations. Hope you guys enjoyed the spurg at the beginning, the ranting nut job, and I hope you guys have a good one. Bye-bye.